Presented by Honda. The Honda Checkered Flag event is back. Get there fast. Leave even faster.
Welcome to beautiful Oriole Park at Camden Yards in Baltimore, Maryland. The first of 3 games against the Baltimore Orioles. Blue Jays won last night in Atlanta. And tonight, a special night for that young man. That is Anthony Alford. He just joined the team. He was in Reading, Pennsylvania last night playing in Double-A with the New Hampshire Ball Club. He got the call around midnight. Hey, you're getting promoted. He thought initially he was going to AAA. He said, that'll be cool. I'll get to go to Buffalo. Gary Allenson, the manager, said, no, you're going to Baltimore to play with the Blue Jays. So it's a dream come true for a 22-year-old outfielder. Let's take a look at the lineup for the Blue Jays. And boy, they had their hitting shoes on last night. 9 runs on 12 hits and 3 home runs. Top of the order, Ezequiel Carrera. Jose Bautista has been swinging a hot bat. His last 9 games, he's at .375 with 8 extra base hits. Bautista had 2 hits in the game last night. And how about Justin Smoke? He's hot now. He's hitting .280 for the season, and he's hit well against the Orioles. He has hit for the cycle against Baltimore this season, and he is anxious to get off to a good start here in this series against Chris Tillman.
Chris Tillman missed all of spring training with shoulder bursitis. He made 4 rehab starts with 3 different minor league teams. He's made 2 starts since returning from the disabled list. He's 1-0 with a .289 earned run average. He's been okay, struggling with his command and going deep into the ball games. Buck Showalter, his manager, says health-wise he feels good. Command has been a challenge for him. He won his first game back and then a no decision in his next start versus Kansas City. This is the 25th career start versus the Blue Jays. Much better splits here at Camden Yards and 11 starts with an ERA of .389 versus the Blue Jays.
The Orioles always known for their outstanding defense. In the outfit, it's Kim Jones and Trumbull from left to right. J.J. Hardy and Jonathan Scope up the middle. A Gold Glover Manny Machado at third. Chris Davis at first, and Wellington Castillo will do the catching for Chris Tillman tonight.
You see Manny Machado, he is back in there. He had played every inning of the first 38 games. He's had a sore finger. He was not in the lineup yesterday when they played Detroit. Back in there tonight against the Blue Jays, and why not? He's always had great numbers against the Jays, and he always seems to come up with a sterling play against the Jays.
Tillman is set. He works out of that abbreviated windup. First pitch is inside to Carrera, and we are underway. Ezequiel Carrera, .297 for the season. 3 for 10 for his career against the Orioles right-hander Tillman. Carrera walked twice in last night's game down in Atlanta.
Well, that was not a very good sign if you're Buck Showalter and you know that your pitcher has been struggling with his command. They wanted to go down and away with that first pitch, and he yanked it all the way across and almost hit Carrera and then missed badly on pitch number 2.
2-0. There's a strike. We were in a delay. 29 minutes. The start of this game was delayed 29 minutes. There never really rained. The field was covered. It had rained earlier and batting practice was canceled, but it is nice now and we don't anticipate any more interruptions. 3-1 count. The leadoff man, Jose Bautista, waits on deck, and this is a gorgeous ballpark. It's kind of a summery type day. Thunderstorm rolled in. Rained a bit, and now it's rolled out.
Hard to believe, what is it, 25 years now that they have been playing here? Still a gorgeous ballpark.
Bounces it back toward the mound. Tillman takes his time. 1 away. Well, you mentioned Chris Tillman. He has been a fixture for this ball club, as you mentioned, his 25th start against the Blue Jays. That ties him with Tampa Bay, and you can hear the reception for Jose Bautista.
Much better splits here at home for Chris Tillman against the Blue Jays. His road average at Rogers Center, not good. ERA very high, but it's very respectable in this ballpark.
Jose's been swinging the bat well lately. Over his last 9 games, he's at .375. Got on and missed.
And I like to see that from Jose. He is right on top of the plate, the right foot almost touching that inside line of the batter's box, and he's just daring that pitcher to challenge him inside with fastballs.
There's another base hit for Bautista. Shoots it into right field. A one-out single for Jose.
Tell you what, the Baltimore Orioles don't miss much. Normally they will play 3 infielders on the right side, or excuse me, the left side against Bautista, but they saw his at-bats against the Braves, and he was doing this. Hit a couple of balls to right field. There's Jonathan Scope playing straight away at second base. But Bautista beats it with the base hit into right field.
Well, you picked up on that, and we've always seen the Orioles play 3 men on the left side. Not the case tonight. Well, here's Kendrys Morales. He's coming off a 4-hit game last night in Atlanta. 3 singles and a double. He drove in a pair. Morales batting .255. Morales has been going the other way. We saw him cross up the Braves defense. He had a base hit to left field in his first at bat, another RBI single left field in his second at bat, and his double went to the alley in left center.
They kept pitching him away, and instead of trying to roll into the 3 infielders on the right side of the infield, Kendrys, who's a good hitter, just went right with the ball. Just hit it the other way. I think it's going to be a little bit different tonight because Chris Tillman doesn't throw as hard as some of the pitchers that we saw from the Atlanta Braves. They threw hard, and if they kept the ball away, you just went with it. Chris Tillman is not throwing as hard as we have seen him in the past.
His velocity's down a couple of miles an hour. Those are his numbers over his career. A .544 earned run average against the Jays. That's bounced foul. Kendrys Morales loves hitting in this ballpark. He comes into Oriole Park at Camden Yards with a .376 career batting average. That's the highest among active players here at Camden Yards, visiting players with at least 85 at bats. There's a ball to the alley in left center. That ball is going to be caught by Kim. Hyun-Soo Kim, the left fielder, got over and cut it off before it could get down in the alley in left center. Another well-hit ball by Morales.
And well-placed outfield for Kim in the outfield. Wayne Kirby handles the outfielders, and Adam Jones, the center fielder, at the beginning of that at-bat was playing in right field. After it got to a couple of strikes, he started moving over into the gap, and wouldn't you know it, Kendrys Morales slices the ball to left field, but Kim was right there. It sliced right back to him.
So with 2 outs, Justin Smoke will step in the box. Smoke and Morales each sat out 1 game in Atlanta. Smoke did not play yesterday as Morales was at first base.
He was telling me today, I asked him if he got all of that home run that he hit in Atlanta, and he said, no, I didn't. He said, wow, that ballpark, I'd love to hit in that ballpark 81 times. He said, I got beat just a little bit by the fastball. Got in on me just a little bit, but I got it enough into the air and deep enough for the home run. He's been having good at-bats, taking tough pitches, laying off the breaking ball, and waiting for that pitcher to come into the zone for him.
15 RBIs in the month of May. That's second in the American League.
So nice to have some switch hitters, huh? With power back to back.
Changes the whole complexion of your lineup. Really makes it challenging for the opposing manager. 2-0 count to Smoke. Now it's 3-0. The way the Blue Jays are hitting the home runs, you would expect Smoke to have the green light here.
He's had the green light in the past, but he's taken it. He likes to work over the pitcher, see the pitches. You know, John Gibbons wants to give him the green light, and as a veteran, he has the option. If you want to swing, swing.
Blue Jays lead the majors in home runs in May. Taking a strike. 3-1 now.
His philosophy is, I'll take another pitch. I think what I'm going to see 3-0, I'm going to see 3-1.
A little bit more information. Every night's different when you're facing a pitcher, even though you have a lot of at-bats against him. Smoke's just 3 for 15 against Tillman. Fly ball, not that deep. Kim coming in. The left fielder will get there, make the catch. The inning is over. Bautista with a 1-out single. He's stranded on base. When we come back, Aaron Sanchez will toe the rubber here at Oriole Park. 8-3, which ties them for the best franchise record start at home. Adam Jones in that 2 spot. He's on a 7-game hit streak, 324 over that streak with a couple of home runs. And then Trey Mancini, what a job he has done against the Blue Jays. A young DH has really hit hard against the Blue Jays. 5 hits in 11 at-bats, a couple of home runs and 4 RBIs. And Aaron Sanchez will go to the mound here, making his 2nd start since coming off the DL.
Yeah, he spent a couple of stints on the disabled list with some finger blister issues. He allowed an unearned run over 5 innings in his first start back off the disabled list in his last start. That was against Seattle, and that fastball had some bite to it. 5 hits, 3 infield hits against Seattle. In fact, they only had 4 balls reach the outfield against him in his 5 innings. And Seattle's a very good hitting team. Pitch count shouldn't be an issue tonight. Not really a lot of restrictions for Aaron. Those have been tough on Aaron. He's given up 11 home runs. That's the most versus any one team. And he's had the highest earned run average versus Baltimore of any AL East team.
Jonathan Schoop hitting in the leadoff spot. Schoop left the game Tuesday night. They were playing an extra inning game. He had a cramp and he left the game. So he has not been able to play every game like he did last year.
And he is a free swinger. A little surprised that he's in the leadoff spot because he is a free swinger. It's just the 3rd time in his career that he's been a leadoff hitter.
Mark Showalter was trying to find some magic in this lineup. They went 1-6 on the most recent road trip. This is their first game at home, and all 6 of those losses were by 1 runner. First time since 1955 the Orioles have had that kind of road trip. Sanchez pulls that one down anyway. 2-1 now. So it's 3-1 count to Schoop. Good player. 281 for the season, 5 home runs and 18 RBIs.
Always looking to do some damage. Right now he's got the count in his favor, and he's looking for extra bases right here.
Schoop's just 25 years old. 3-1 pitch. Did he go? No, according to the first base umpire, Don Woodard. A leadoff walk to Jonathan Schoop. Let's take a look at the way the defense lines up for Sanchez tonight. In the outfield, of course, we have a new player. That's Anthony Alford. He's in left field. Carrera's in center, and Bautista's in right. Goins and Travis up the middle. Barney and Smoke at the corners, and Luke Maile doing the catching for Aaron Sanchez.
And there he is. 2013 3rd-round draft pick. He was in AA with the New Hampshire team, playing in the outfield. We've seen him in center field. We saw him a couple of times in right field in spring training. He's an athlete.
Here's Adam Jones going after the first pitch. Jones, as we mentioned, has a 7-game hit streak. Jones is 3 for 23 going head-to-head against Aaron Sanchez. Those are his numbers for the season. 6 homers and 17 RBIs.
He and Jonathan Schoop, very similar type of hitters. They're free swingers. They like that first pitch. If it's in there, they're going to just let it go. Tough to walk them. And they've got some power if you make mistakes.
Strike 2. Jones is now 31 years old. He was born in San Diego, originally drafted by the Mariners in 2003. He came with Chris Tillman in a big trade that Baltimore pulled off with Seattle. That's popped up. Luke Maile is called off by Smoke, the first baseman, and he makes the catch. Jones is retired. So there's 1 out for Sanchez. Sanchez went 5 innings in his last outing. He gave up an unearned run. And how did you think he looked? And were you concerned about that finger at that point?
He struggled a little bit to get through his 5 innings. We had some shots of him, some blood starting to come out of that finger once again. He's had 5 more days for it to heal up. Said he didn't have any problem throwing his curveball. He did have problems, though, throwing that 2-seam fastball. He said he felt it, but he said, you know what, I got to pitch. I'm going to pitch through this. I thought he gutted it out. don't you?
Oh, absolutely. He's the guy, and once again, he continues to look at that finger. It's the middle finger on his pitching hand. And he's had a surgical procedure to reduce the size of the nail. He's had a split nail. He tried all kinds of different remedies, and he'll just have to figure out how to deal with it.
Yeah, deal with it. 2 or 3 starts into this, I think he's going to be fine.
He says Manny Machado. He goes after the pitch and drives it to center. Carrera is there. He makes the catch. Scope will retreat back to the first. 2 down for Sanchez here in the first.
You know what he's dealing with is uncertainty. When I let go of that ball, how am I going to feel? Is it going to be okay? And tell you what, he dealt with it, got through it. 5 more days added on to that. It's going to be fine. And like I said, 2 or 3 starts into this thing, he's going to be fine.
Well, here's a big roadblock for Sanchez. Chris Davis has hit well against him, and right now Chris Davis is on fire. Got a 7-game hit streak, and he's hit 5 home runs over those 7 games.
What you have to decide with Chris Davis is, where am I going to get him out? You can go up. The Blue Jays have had success going up at times with Chris Davis. They've also had some success going in against Davis. Problems that they have is when they leave balls out over the middle of the plate, he can mishit them and knock them out of the ballpark.
2-0 now. And Sanchez is aware that Davis hits him hard. He knows he's got to figure out a way to get him out.
Wasn't the first home run that Aaron gave up to this guy?
It was. He also homered against him in his first career start right here in Baltimore. Two and 0, 2 out. Scopes at first. Foul back.
Well, you mentioned that he's red hot, and he's homered 5 times in his last 5 games with a .444 batting average. Check out that OPS, way up there. He doesn't have to hold the ball to hit a home run. He's got great power the other way.
He has 250 career home runs. 2-1. Now it's 2-2. When you look at 250 career home runs, Chris Davis has reached that milestone in 1,078 games. That's tied for the 5th fastest with Ken Griffey Jr. The names ahead of him: Ryan Howard, Babe Ruth, Eddie Matthews, and Adam Dunn. A who's who of home run hitters.
All big, strong, left-handed hitters. Good pitch.
Breaking ball, strike 3. So Sanchez saves that breaking ball for the decisive pitch in the Davis at bat. Leadoff walk is stranded. No score after 1.
Anthony Alford that he was getting promoted. Alford told me he was really excited, but he thought he was going to Triple-A Buffalo to hook up with the Bisons. Now, he said it took a lot of convincing, but when it finally sunk in, he said there were many emotional phone calls to family and friends, some of whom he admitted broke down in tears. Now, he wanted to share with me another phone call, a very special phone call from Josh Donaldson, who told Alford to enjoy the moment, let it soak in. because it only happens once in your career. Donaldson Alford told me, said to just play your game. Don't do anything different. Do what got you to this moment in your career. Blue Jays Director of Player Development Gil Kim praised Alford, saying, quote, when you combine his character, makeup, and natural ability, and then factor in his inexperience, Gil said, I'm comfortable saying Anthony Alford will make quicker advances than most in this organization. Buck.
Thank you very much, Hazel. And he already has, when you consider in his first season he played 5 games. In his second season he played 6 games. So he's really been on a very fast learning curve, and he's off to a great start this year, albeit in Double-A.
Injuries have slowed him down just a little bit, but here he is.
Devin Travis did not play in the game last night down in Atlanta, but boy, has he been hot. Average over 200, and it's been a long, steady climb to reach that plateau. Travis has 14 doubles, a home run, and 10 RBIs.
Getting that timing down at the plate. His strengths are up the middle, and he's found his swing. And right now he is locked in that swing. Again, they knocked him off the plate just a little bit. Teams were pounding him inside, and he just couldn't get the bat head out.
Stays on that pitch, but it's fouled into the upper deck.
This is one of the teams that really pounded him inside, the Baltimore Orioles. They faced this team 6 times already, and they've really pounded him in.
He wasn't ready when they played him before. They opened up the regular season here, and Blue Jays were swept in the 2 games. This is pulled to Machado. Don't want to hit it there an awful lot because you're going to be out. Manny Machado, one of the best there is at third base.
He's big, tall, rangy, but he's got soft hands and quick feet. A lot like another third baseman that came up here, Cal Ripken. We saw him. The same type of athlete, the same size, with those soft hands where you can back up, catch it, take your time, and he's got a gun. And fire that ball across the infield. Of course, Cal Ripken moved over to shortstop. Everybody knows about that. Manny Machado's played shortstop.
Yes, he has. And they had a pretty good third baseman before Cal Ripken, too. And a fellow named Brooks Robinson, who turned 80 years old this week. Ryan Goins takes one outside. Goins had success against Tillman in the past, 9 for 27. He has cooled off a bit recently. When you're going bad, and I'm not suggesting it's been bad, but he's 0 for his last 21. Does it help you as a hitter to face somebody you've hit well in the past?
For sure. There's just that comfort level. You know, it also helps that you get yourself into hitters' counts. Ryan lately hasn't been getting himself into hitters' counts. So they throw him a changeup. Get yourself into some hitters' counts, and then you can be a little bit more aggressive and just see the ball and hit it and just let it go. When you're always going up there and you're 0-1, 0-2, you become a defensive hitter.
He's got the count in his favor. Goins for his career has hit 267 against the Orioles.
What I've noticed over the last week or so is teams just staying away from him. They don't want to come in. They don't want to go middle in against Goins because he's got a little bit more power this year. He's not flaying balls the other way. He's hitting the ball hard. He's got 3 home runs already, so they've stayed away from him.
It's this ball that's going to be out of play into the seats down the left side.
One way that you can get pitchers to come back, you start hitting that outside pitch the other way. Show that you can handle that ball and get a couple of hits the other way. They'll change. They'll come back inside.
Full count's Goins. Darwin Barney will be next. First strikeout of the ball game for Tillman.
Well, he's a crafty veteran, Chris Tillman, and if something's not working, he's got other pitchers that he can go to. There's a fastball about 40% of the time, the slider 27% of the time, and that's been a better pitch for him against the Blue Jays. He's been using the slider just a little bit more. He's also got that changeup that he can use, and the curveball. It's a slow curveball. The slider's been good for him. He's been using it a lot more, almost twice as much over his last 10 starts versus the Blue Jays as his previous 15.
Darwin Barney takes the first pitch strike from Tillman. Barney, like Goins, boy, they have really done a terrific job filling in at third and short, respectively. There's Josh Donaldson and Troy Tulowitzki hopefully will be back before too long. Well, what a job Goins and Barney have done.
Well, the first thing you want is you want them to play good defense, and they've done that. Goins has been unbelievable at shortstop, and Darwin's been playing some really good third base. That's the first thing. Then you want to just add a little offensively, and they've done that, both of them. They've helped out offensively with some big hits for the Blue Jays, while the regulars have been down.
When you look at the Blue Jays and their disabled list grew by one today, they placed Harold Siciliani on the disabled list. Donaldson, Tulowitzki, Martin, those three guys are probably going to come back first. Pierce has got the calf injury, Happ, Liriano, and Siciliani separated his left shoulder yesterday. Had an MRI here today. The results were not in before the start of this game. Tillman uses that slider, as Pat mentioned. He used it effectively against Barney. 3 up, 3 down with a couple of strikeouts.
My Blue Jays and enter the code MBJ9012 to earn My Blue Jays points just for watching tonight's broadcast. The entry box can be found on your My Blue Jays homepage. The code must be entered by 4 a.m. Buck, we know the Blue Jays faithful love to travel, and many of them have made their way to Baltimore.
Hey, so it's always a great stop for baseball fans. I don't care who your favorite team is. This is a beautiful ballpark in a great part of Baltimore, close to the Inner Harbor. You can come and get a nice hotel within walking distance of this beautiful ballpark. And, well, you want to pick out a destination for a baseball road trip, you can put Baltimore on your list because it's a good stop.
That's the thing. You can walk around everywhere. You don't need to get taxis or Uber or anything like that. You can just come down here and just spend the whole weekend walking around the Inner Harbor.
Right fielder Mark Trumbo takes the first pitch fastball upstairs. Trumbo batting .242. Had 5 home runs, 19 RBIs to this point. Trumbo was the home run champ last season. Re-signed with the Orioles. Curveball in a good one. Didn't get the call.
It's a team that the Baltimore Orioles, they got a lot of power. A lot of power up and down their lineups. So you got to be careful with everybody.
There's a base hit to right. So Trumbo has a leadoff single. Ground ball through the right side.
He gets himself into a good fastball count and picks on a fastball. It's up. Did try and lift that ball into the air, said I'm going to stay on top of that one, and lines it into right field for the base hit. Here and after that pitch, checks that finger one more time. Again, I think he's going to deal with that for a couple of more outings, and then it's going to go away.
You just like that skin around that fingernail. It's toughened up to a point where it's no longer an issue, not a concern. Wellington Castillo, the catcher. Boy, the Blue Jays are facing some tough catchers in this Orioles lineup. Castillo's missed some time, but the Orioles catchers lead the majors with a .325 batting average. Wellington Castillo, Caleb Joseph, and the recently DFA'd Francisco Pena. They designated Pena for assignment. He had a 2-homer game last week, and he gets let go.
Thanks very much. Thanks for the 2 home runs on Mother's Day when they sent him out. Castillo's hitting .350, and he's had some good at-bats against the Blue Jays already this year.
Castillo, the catcher, he's done a nice job. He's 29 years old. He's from the Dominican Republic. He pops this one up. Smoke will give it a look. He's got room on the warning track and makes the catch. Good job by Smoke to stay focused as he knows he was running out of room.
You know, that just shows you the type of stuff that Aaron Sanchez has. He just powered that fastball right by him. Beat him with the fastball. He just couldn't get the barrel of the bat out front. And that was a hitter's count, too.
Trey Mancini, we mentioned Mancini has hit well against the Blue Jays, including a 2-home run game. He's 5 for 11 for the season. First time he has faced Aaron Sanchez. One away, Mark Trumbo at first. Mancini's got big-time power. We have seen that firsthand already. And he's not what you would compare to Chris Davis or Mark Trumbo, but boy, he's got a lot of leverage in that swing.
You know where he gets it? He gets it with a quick bat. He's got one of those buggy whip type of swings where it comes through and he just snaps his wrist and the ball really jumps off of his bat. Those 7 home runs. He's done that in less than 100 at bats.
Boy, Luke Maile making his 13th start. He has taken a beating. Mancini's saying that that ball hit him, I think, and now he is going to be awarded first base. And here comes John Gibbons. You go, wait a minute now. Sanchez getting an explanation from Jerry Meals, the home plate umpire.
And now John Gibbons wants an explanation. His question might be, why didn't you call this right away? What took so long? Clearly hits him right in the wrist.
It hits him in the wrist, and then watch the ricochet. It hits Maile right underneath the mask on his left shoulder. He's taken a beating lately. Of course, the Blue Jays arrived at their hotel about 3:30 this morning, and Maile was telling me, he said, you know, I set my alarm and I wanted to get up about 11:30, and I went back to sleep and woke up at about 10 to 2.
That's good.
I don't blame him for that.
No.
I did the same. Anthony Alford getting some instruction from the bench from Tim Leeper as to the positioning here with Kim back.
He sends a lot of balls to left field. That's why we wanted to show you Tim Leeper. He's going to concentrate on his coach. Leeper will set the defense, and he's really, Tim's going to keep his eye on his rookie out there in left field, especially in this situation. Kim can really slice balls to left field.
Sanchez misses away. It's 2-0. Kim batting just .234 with a homer and 3 RBIs, but he got off to a similar start like this last year, his first season in the big leagues.
Finished up strong. They wanted to send him down last year, and he didn't want to go, and he added in his contract that he didn't have to go. So he stayed up here, and he gave him a good year last year.
Now, he had signed as a free agent after playing in Korea. And then when he got off to a terrible start in spring training, I mean, he didn't hit anything. They asked him if he'd go to the minors. He said, no, thank you. I'll stay here and work it out.
Yeah, he was very polite about it. No, thank you.
2-1 now, 1 out. Breaking ball, that's going to drop in right field. Trumbo coming around third. He's going to be stopped, and Bautista throws it back in. The bases are loaded. Bautista's been throwing the ball very well this season, and Bobby Dickerson, the third base coach, throws up the stop sign at third, so the bases remain loaded.
I'm sure Bobby has seen the scouting reports on Jose throwing. That's a curveball that he gets the barrel out in front. Wasn't hit very hard in the outfield with 1 out. Trumbo's got to make sure that that ball's down. If there were 2 outs, he was just going to go ahead and run, and they probably would send him. Not going to take any chances here with just 1 out.
J.J. Hardy, the shortstop, and the number 9 hitter. Hardy batting under 200 at 196. He's a free swinger as well. Fouls off that first pitch.
He lights the ball up like that too. He will chase that high fastball.
The Blue Jays have lost 5 of the 6 games these 2 ball clubs have played. They were swept in the season opening series, a 2-game series here in Baltimore in April. Then they lost 3 of 4 at Rogers Center. That's a base hit into center. Trumbo's in to score. They're going to throw up the stop sign to Mancini as the Orioles have taken a 1-0 lead. An RBI single by J.J. Hardy. He drives in his 14th run of the season.
But one thing the Orioles don't have, they don't have a lot of team speed, so you're not going to see a lot of extra bases taken. You're not going to see runners score from second base on sharp singles into the outfield. They're not going to steal a lot of bases. They got a lot of power, and they're not going to take any chances. Again, trying to run into an out. It's another fastball. This time it's up again and in. That's about belt high, right where J.J. Hardy likes it, into center field. Mancini reads it, but it's right at Carrera, and they're not going to take a chance. Not when you flip the lineup and you got Jonathan Scope coming up with the bases loaded. Aaron's got to get the ball down.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, that has been a problem. And although they haven't hit the ball hard, they've gone the other way. You know, the Orioles are a power-laden team, but they've only hit 19 home runs here at home. Mind you, they've only played 60 games. Jonathan Scope drew a leadoff walk in the first. Blue Jays looking for that ground ball double play. Get him out of this inning.
Be careful on this first pitch. It is a free swinger.
He goes after that first pitch and misses. Two career grand slams for Jonathan Scope. He's not hit for a particularly high average. Changeup missed down and away. He's been a good clutch hitter. Mancini was hit by a pitch. He's at third. Kim had a single into right, and J.J. Hardy with a RBI single to center. Bases loaded, 1 out. A run in here in the bottom of the second. Ground ball. Smoke's going to come home. They'll get the out at home and back to first for the double play. Oh, nice play by Luke Maile. They want the Blue Jays to stay on the field. The Orioles are going to have a look at the play at first. But Maile's got a strong arm. We have seen that as he has gunned down 4 potential base stealers. But he made a strong throw back to first to complete the double play, at least for the time being.
Well, your first baseman, you got to make a decision. Am I going to go to second base for the double play? But if it's right at you, you got to go home. You can't take a chance of going second back to first. So he goes home, gets that lead runner. And they're going to take a look at this one, it looks like.
So the ruling on the field is that it's an inning-ending double play. Now, if they overturn this, so the Orioles are going to get a run. There'll be 2 outs. They get the force out. Excuse me.
Yeah, there'll be 2 outs.
There'll be 2 outs and runners at
bases loaded. And you'll have to deal with Jones, the center fielder. So I'd much rather say, okay, the inning's over. Nothing. Smoke made a great play, Buck, I'll tell you, because he made up his mind right away that he was going to catch the ball and go home. Cut the run off at the plate, and Maley came up firing from behind the plate, and it looks like they got him initially. We want to take a look at it and see. But Smoke did a good job, not in just catching and throwing, and then when he went back to catch it, he stepped to the baseball. He can stretch for it. He's out there as far as he can go, but it looks like on that replay that he's safe.
And they call him safe. So they get to force out at home. That's the second out of the inning. The call on the field is overturned. Showalter and the Orioles have the play overturned. So Jones will step to the plate. There are 2 outs and the bases remain loaded.
There's no easy outs in this lineup. They play every day. They put up some big numbers, and if you make a mistake, that could really hurt you.
And he made a point about Jones in his first at bat being a very aggressive first pitch hitter, and he's really going to be geared up with runners in scoring position. He goes after the first pitch, and Smoke down the right side. He's in foul territory. He's got room and makes the catch, and Jones pops out. The Orioles get a run, but they leave the bases loaded. Anthony Alford will lead things off when we come back. His first major league at bat. About opportunity to get your first big league at bat, and that's going to be the case for Anthony Alford, the 22-year-old from Mississippi. His family, the couple on the left, that is the in-laws of Anthony Alford. The young lady with the braided hair, that is his wife Bailey, and to Bailey's left is Anthony's sister. So they made the trip here, and now you can see they're capturing this first at bat. A special moment for Anthony Alford.
Looked like they were taking a picture of the jumbotron here of Anthony as he steps into the batter's box. He's got great bat speed.
My heart's pounding for him.
You'd love to see kids, good kids, come up here and do well.
We got to see Anthony the last couple of years in spring training, and he's quite a humble young man. Just 22 years old. Takes it inside.
They flash the numbers right there, but he comes into this at bat a pretty hot batter over his last 10 games at Double-A. He's hitting .382. And the impressive numbers on that, 6 walks and 3 strikeouts.
Fouls this one into the seats. 2 games ago, playing against the Yankees Double-A team Trenton, he went 4 for 5 against one of their best pitching prospects, Justice Sheffield. It only happens once.
So John Gibbons' message to him: enjoy it, have some fun.
He fights up that inside pitch, and the AA team of the Orioles is also in the same league. The Bowie team is in AA, so you can bet they made a call down to AA to say, hey, what do you know about Anthony Alford?
They don't miss a trick over here, do they? You know they did.
Breaking ball, and Alford strikes out. 3 strikeouts in a row for Tillman. He's got that slider zeroed in.
Yeah, he's starting to use it against those right-handed batters when he gets to 2 strikes. He's not showing it to him early in the count. He's waiting for the right opportunity. Anthony sees his first breaking ball, and he's going to come up empty in his first big league at bat. Looks like a strike, and then it falls out of the strike zone.
So Tillman with 3 strikeouts now will work to the number 9 hitter, Luke Maile. Maile hit his first home run of the season in his second at bat in last night's game, a 4th inning leadoff home run. And then just to cap off that moment, Marcus Stroman went back to back with his first major league home run in that 9-0 win over the Braves. This is pulled to Machado. Takes his time. 2 away. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. He's got an update for us.
Center fielder number 3, Ezekiel Ferreira.
They are hot, and you look at the numbers, and Napoli's hitting under 200, Odor's hitting under 200, Joey Gallo's hitting under 200, but they are winning as a team, winning some big hits. Nick Martinez on the mound for the Rangers.
I have to finish your thought. You were talking about Marcus going deep last night in the clubhouse this afternoon. He was around the hitting machines, the video machines where all the hitters sit around and watch, and he was running it back and forth, his home run. And everybody was, all his teammates were all around him going, yeah, you got that, when they were cheering, they were going crazy. He kept running it back and running it forward. He saw 3 different angles of it. He was just like one of the hitters, just sitting there watching himself go deep.
Yeah, he had Derek Shelton, the assistant hitting coach, breaking down his stroke. There have been 2,618 regular season interleague games in which the American League team did not use a DH. This was the first time a starting catcher and a starting pitcher homered. Pretty cool. 2-1 pitch to Carrera. Bounced off home plate. Carrera hustling down the line. Tillman is there and takes the feed from Davis. Easy inning for Tillman. 3 up, 3 down. He's retired 8 straight. It is back here in Baltimore, a muggy night. It started out at 26 degrees, and there was some rain in the area this afternoon. Sanchez has continued to check out that finger. That's like when you got a toothache and you keep touching it just to see if it hurts.
Oh yeah, it's still there.
Yeah, it's still there.
And I'm sure he feels it on every pitch, and he's going to have to pitch through it.
Manny Machado. Manny flied out to center field his first time up.
Just his first game yesterday. He's been dealing with a sore finger. And he had played every inning of every game so far. So Buck Showalter did not write his name in the lineup yesterday.
That's just a situation where the manager has to take control. I think the same situation has happened with Jonathan Scope. You just got to shut him down. Say, you're not playing today. You're not 100%, and I know you're not going to tell me you don't want to play, so you're not playing. Breaking ball bounced in the dirt. 3-1 to Manny Machado. Leading off the bottom of the third. Orioles have a 1-0 lead. J.J. Hardy with an RBI single has driven in the only run of this game. There's a good sinker.
Yeah, 95 miles an hour in a good spots. Tough to keep that ball fair. I'm taking a little bit more time in between pitches now.
Ground ball. Goins is there at short. Across the diamond in time.
Hit a home run with any project this season. Home Hardware, proud sponsor of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Good shot of the inner harbor just a few blocks away from Oriole Park at Camden Yards. And we talked about it earlier. If you want to put a baseball trip on your calendar, Baltimore is a good place to consider. There are lots of things going on in the inner harbor, and the ballpark's just a few blocks away. Chris Davis, we mentioned he had his 250th career home run yesterday. He's had an extra base hit in 5 straight games. He was caught looking at strike 3. Sanchez got him with a curveball to end the bottom of the first. Davis got out to a slow start. After 25 games, he was hitting .220 with 3 home runs and 6 RBIs.
3 home runs and 6 RBIs. Normally hitting at the cleanup spot for the O's. And he drops the curveball in on it. But I'll tell you what, when he gets hot, you can't keep him in the ballpark.
Over his last 10 games, he's hit .467. And in the month of May, he has 5 home runs and 10 RBIs. Now the curveball he wouldn't chase.
He's hit 4 of his home runs to dead center field. And that shows you how strong he is. He can hit him a long way to dead center. He has also pulled 4 of his home runs, and he's hit 1 to left field.
Now the curveball, that looked like a good pitch. Mia's the home plate umpire, Jerry Mia's. He's the crew chief of this veteran umpiring crew. He looked like he got fooled a little bit as that ball came in. It looked like he kind of raised up a bit before the ball broke. You don't want to give Chris Davis another chance. But Sanchez takes care of that with another curveball. Cost him another pitch, but he strikes out Davis for a second time.
If you're a catcher right there, you tell the umpire, hey, stick with him. He's got a good curveball, so stay with it just a little bit longer. You're right. That first pitch, that first curveball was a strike. It was right there. And Aaron has the wherewithal to come back with a better curveball to pick up his second strikeout.
Mark Trumbo, he had a leadoff single in the second. Had a base hit to right field. Came around to score on the Hardy RBI single. get into the second deck.
That was an emergency swing right there for Mark Trumbo. They went upstairs at the fastball. Like he took it out of the catcher's glove.
Sanchez ahead 0-2. Little tapper out in front of home. Sanchez has time. He goes to first. A quick inning for Aaron Sanchez. 3 up, 3 down. No problem. Orioles have a 1-0 lead, but the big bats for the Blue Jays are scheduled to bat. In the fourth, Jose Bautista will lead things off. He's singled already. Then Kendrys Morales and Justin Smoke. Things off for the Jays in the top of the fourth, and it has been quite a turnaround for Jose lately. You look at his OPS in April, 554, and he's nearly up to 1 in OPS in the month of May. Much better month for him.
You know, we talked about that last night, that maybe the back injury that he came back from the WBC might have had something to do with the slow start, but right now he's looking free and easy, and that bat is coming through there quickly. He's got a lot of finish on his swing now. Hit a home run down in Atlanta, and one of those typical Jose Bautista swings where he's got the high finish.
He gets hit by a pitch, and it brushed his jersey, so he'll go to first base, and he's been on base twice. Remember, Trey Mancini got hit by a pitch. Yeah, an inside pitch, a curveball hit him on the hand. So let's take a look at this pitch. And it's kind of come inside, and it's just a breaking ball.
Yeah, slow curveball. It was only 83 miles an hour. So Bautista takes one for the club.
That brings Kendrys Morales to the plate. He made a bid for a base hit to the alley in left center, but Kim ran it down for the second out of the top of the first. Morales missed 3 games with a hamstring strain. Starting to get his stroke back. As we mentioned, he had a 4-hit game last night. Finished up 4 for 5 in that game. You can see the way he's taking pitches now, that he's starting to get the timing and rhythm at the plate that he had earlier in the season.
Timing's very important for Kendrys Morales. Just like Jose Bautista's got the high leg kick, and you got to get that leg down before you start your swing. Morales has a lot of movement with his hand. Brooke Jacoby tells him all the time, hey, do all that movement, that's okay, but just be ready to swing it. And I'll tell you, he's ready to swing it. He's got all that movement, but he's timing up those pitchers over the last week or so.
This has been a productive part of the batting order. Bautista, Morales, and Smoke. They're 3-4 as we stand tonight. Of course, two big spots in that lineup hopefully will be filled with Troy Tulowitzki and Josh Donaldson. It was my understanding that Tulowitzki was going to play again tonight in the Florida State League for Dunedin, but they're on the road in Port St. Lucie, and he's not in that ballgame.
Not in the lineup. Don't forget about Russell Martin. He's usually in a big RBI spot too for the Blue Jays, and he has been out for 10 days.
Two and one to Morales. He fouls it back.
I think he wants that pitch back. 2-1 fastball. You can see his body language after that foul ball that he missed his pitch. Still shaking his head.
It's in the dirt, a full count. Snap throw to first, but Bautista's back safely.
Tell you one thing that we have seen about Wellington Castillo, he's not afraid to throw the ball around. He blocked that ball and then came up firing over to first base. Not afraid at all to throw behind the runner, show off that arm.
Russell Martin was placed on a disabled list on the 8th of May, so he's eligible to come off. He can come off now. But obviously not ready, but he has been ramping up his baseball activities. 3-2 to Morales. Bautista was hit by a pitch. He's at first, nobody out. Bautista's on the move, ball 4. First and second, nobody out for Smoke.
The all-new 2017 CR-V. With revamped cargo space, it's the biggest van yet. Honda, official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays and proud fan since 1977.
Beautiful skyline of the Inner Harbor area here in Baltimore. Justin Smoke leads the Blue Jays in RBIs with 27. Got a chance now with first and second, nobody out.
You know, over the last month, he's been really hitting the ball hard. You know, you look at some of those raw numbers, his line drive percentage is up. And that ball was off the plate.
Sure was. Smoke had a good look at it, and he didn't like the call.
He's been seeing the ball. His walk percentage has gone up since the first couple of weeks of the season. Over the last month, his fly ball percentage actually has gone down because his line drive percentage has gone up. So he's seeing the ball and he's getting good wood on it.
Up and away. For comparison's sake, last year in 126 games, Smoke had 14 homers and 34 RBIs. Tonight he's playing in his 41st game. He has 9 home runs and 27 RBIs. That's the value of everyday play. Getting 4 and 5 at bats every day.
Yeah, you get into that rhythm. You get a feel for what the guy's trying to do to you. See, he's not swinging at those pitches right off the plate.
No, and you know what? When you're getting infrequent at bats, you go up there and you kind of swing at everything. You just want to get hits. Now he knows he has the advantage of bringing that pitcher into his strike zone. Wait for a pitch that he can hit. Base hit. Bautista's being waved around third. Kidd will throw it to third base, and Smoke drives in the tying run, his 28th ribby of the season. An opposite field base hit.
Just takes what the pitcher gives him. They tried that little sinker down and away to him, and instead of trying to pull the ball into the shift, he's just going to go right with it. He's also had his on-base percentage almost double over the last month against right-handed pitching with good at-bats like this. Sinker down and away. It's a good piece of hitting. There's a hole on the left side of the infield. He takes advantage of it. drives it into the outfield for the Jays' first run.
So Bautista was hit by a pitch. He comes around to score. Morales is at second. He walked, and now Smoke. Still nobody out for Devin Travis. It's a 1-1 game.
Problem that the Orioles have had, you were talking about the problems they had on the road trip. Over the last 2 weeks or so, their starters haven't been giving them many innings. They've talked about the 5th inning. They've averaged 4 2/3 innings over the last couple of weeks. That puts enormous pressure on that bullpen.
There's a drive to right, hit deep, get up, ball, get up, and off the wall. Morales is going to come around third. He'll score. Smoke will go to third, and Travis will go into second with yet another double. Devin Travis is red hot. That just missed being a home run.
If that was about 5 feet to the left, that would have been a home run. It was high enough, but it's going to hit off the top of that scoreboard. He's got some power the other way. 15th double of the season. Deep to right field. Off the wall. Look how close it came. Then there was some indecision between Trumbo and Jones who was going to take it, and that allowed the Blue Jays to move up a little bit further into scoring position.
If Trumbo comes up with that cleanly, there's a chance Morales was going to be stopped at third, but Luis Rivera saw they were having trouble deciding who was going to throw it back in. So Morales comes in to score. The Blue Jays have a 2-1 lead. Still nobody out. Ryan Goins batting with runners at second and third.
Get him over, get him in. They're going to pitch him away so you can get right on top of that plate.
The Orioles have lost 6 of their last 7 games, and during that stretch, the starters for the Orioles are 0-2 with a 7.01 earned run average. So their starters haven't pitched well. As you mentioned, they haven't pitched long, and they haven't pitched effectively.
They haven't been able to go deep.
Smoke got a good read on that. The ball gets by the pitcher, and Smoke comes in, and he just stole an RBI for Ryan Goins. That was so close to the pitcher, but he read it perfectly and saw that it went past Tillman. So Goins gets an RBI. Good base running by Smoke.
And good piece of hitting by Goins to get him over and get him in. You got runners at second and third, nobody out. Hit a ground ball at least to the right side of the infield. Watch Smoke as he reads it past the pitcher. That'll score a run and move that runner into third base with less than 2 outs.
This is a very hard read for the pitcher, for the runner with the pitcher involved, but it was past Tillman, and Smoke scores. Now the infield comes in for Darwin Barney. Blue Jays taking advantage of a hit batter and a walk to start the inning. And Smoke had an RBI single. Travis an RBI double, and Goins an RBI ground out.
Now the infield's in, and Blue Jays are liable to do anything here. They can try to safety squeeze if they want to. They can hope that Barney gets the ball into the outfield.
Here comes Travis. The ball is outside, and Travis is in a rundown. And now he's going to be tagged out. Indeed, that was a straight squeeze, not a safety squeeze.
Suicide squeeze was on by the Blue Jays as Travis took off. And the Orioles are fortunate that that ball was in the other batter's box. Not much that Darwin Barney could do on that ball. The suicide squeeze, as soon as that pitcher gets his arm up, you take off, and all you have to do is get the ball down. But it was a tough pitch to try and bunt. Way in the other batter's box, you can see Barney tries to do everything he could, and if you miss it, then that runner is dead duck at the plate.
It is a caught stealing 2-5-3, and Travis is out. So now there are 2 outs, and that was kind of curious. George Poulos following Travis down. Now Barney hits the fly ball to left. Kim is back, makes a catch in front of the warning track, and that'll do it for the Blue Jays. Scored 3 runs on 2 hits. A hit batter and a walk. They take the lead.
The 2017 returns with fast-paced pick-up-and-play MLB action, packed with all your favorite MLB teams, players, ballparks, and much more. Get RBI Baseball today for Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and mobile devices. Learn more at RBIGame.com. Buck.
Thank you very much, Hazel May. Good crowd here on a Friday night in Baltimore. A lot of Blue Jay fans in attendance. And this is a Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday afternoon series here in Baltimore. Blue Jays will then go to Milwaukee and enjoy an off day on Monday. I think it's the first off day in about 17 days.
17, that's right.
For the Blue Jays. It's been a long stretch of games. Wellington Castillo takes one inside. Castillo popped out to the first baseman in foul ground his first time up. Blue Jays have a 3-1 lead. This one's going to be out of play. Castillo started his career with the Cubs. He spent parts of 6 seasons with the Cubs. Then he went from the Cubs to Seattle in 2015, and just about a month later went down to Arizona in a deal that included Mark Trumbo. He and Trumbo went to Arizona. That's a good pitch.
Right on the corner. They lost Matt Wieters to free agency. They lost him down to Washington. And everybody in Baltimore was like, what are they going to do? Who are they going to find to take over for Matt Wieters? Well, they found 2 guys, and they've done a good job for him.
Caleb Joseph has had a bounce back year, and last year Joseph did not have an RBI all season long, but he had some injuries, and this year he's off to a good start. Two-two pitch outside a full count. Sanchez is making just his 5th start of the season, so you should expect that there's still not that zeroed in command that we will see later on. And obviously he's had a couple of his starts where he was just ineffective because of the fingernails.
And he's still dealing with it. There's no question about it. He's still dealing with it. He's just going to have to pitch through it and find a way.
Castillo jumps on that high fastball and hits it to left field. A leadoff single for the Orioles catcher.
He's had some good at-bats against the Blue Jays this year. He's going to pick up his first hit of this ball game. It's a high fastball. Just gets the head out right there. You want to just make sure you get that barrel above that baseball when it's up like that, high like that. And he singles.
Trey Mancini was hit by a pitch in that 2nd inning. That hit on his hand. It appeared to be maybe a foul tip initially, but clearly it was hit by pitch. Mancini was a draft pick of the Orioles in 2013. Played college baseball at Notre Dame.
He burst on the scene, didn't he, last year in September?
15 days in the end of the month, the end of the season, and he was something else. He had a great run. His first major league hit was a home run off Eduardo Rodriguez of the Red Sox.
Looks like he's a pretty good low ball hitter. The way he stands, he's upright at the plate, and he goes down and gets that ball. He can go down and golf it out of here. I think that's where Aaron needs to be, down there, so he can get a ground ball.
Goes after that pitch, and it's 2-2 now. Mancini hit his 7th home run of the season on the 8th of May. That was his 10th career home run in just his 26th career game. Pretty fast pace for a rookie.
Getting more playing time. It's a start tonight against the right-hander.
Goes outward and foul. To give you an idea where Mancini stacks up historically among players in their first 26 games, only George Scott, the Boomer, came up with the Red Sox, and Gary Sanchez last year have hit more home runs in their first 26 games, each with 11 home runs over those first 26 career games.
Does it seem like we're getting a lot more younger players, big players who hit a lot of home runs into the game over the last couple of seasons?
There's a breaking ball. Mancini strikes out. I agree with you 100%. The younger players putting up big numbers. Lindor, Correa, Harper,
Judge.
Machado, Judge. Goes on and on.
I mean, there are great young hitters in the game today, and they're home run hitters. I mean, everybody loves the long ball, right? Aaron Sanchez doesn't, unless he's hitting. That's a curveball that he finishes off Mancini with.
That might be his best curveball of the game. It looked like he was really on top of that hook and got it to break late for the strikeout. 3 strikeouts now for Aaron. Young Soo Kim, the left fielder. Kim got one of the 3 hits the Orioles got against Sanchez in the 2nd. And singled her out. Just about time for a double play ball, isn't it?
6-4-3.
Strike 2.
And the Orioles don't run a lot, so if you're the pitcher, you don't really have to pay attention to them over there at first base. They're 12 for 15 in stolen bases this year. 14th in the American League. Only the Tigers with 11 stolen bases have fewer stolen bases than Baltimore.
Kim protects that high strike zone and fouls it out.
But you got to pay attention to him at the plate. They got some guys who can hit it a long way.
Tim Labor continues to keep his eye on the outfield, make sure they're in the right spots. His coaches log a lot of time, man, looking at video. Breaking ball, that's hit to left. Alford has a beat on it, and he makes the play. He forgot how many outs there were, but that's okay. It's his first big league game.
Been there, done that. Been there, done that.
Yeah, I got you now. Okay. Dwight Smith Jr. having some fun. Smith made his major league debut last night. And watch Anthony say, yeah, I got it, man. Oh, okay.
Okay.
My bad.
You know, you're in your first big league game. You can't concentrate. You're thinking about everything but the game.
And the first thing that he will tell him when he gets back to the bench is, hey, man, we got 3 outs in the big leagues. It might be different in Double-A, but in the big leagues, we have 3 outs.
His head's swirling right now. You know, last night he was in Double-A. playing in a Double-A ballpark.
And he thought he was going to Triple-A.
Yeah, and here he is in one of the nicest ballparks against one of your rivals in the American League East, and he's just been thrown right into the fire.
Yeah, and you remember the old saying is, now I'm playing with stadiums that have a second deck.
Yeah, keep looking at that scoreboard.
Outside to J.J. Hardy. It's 1-2 to the Orioles shortstop. Sanchez through this point has allowed a run on 4 hits. Aaron's fastball has been 96-97. That's right where it should be. But again, because of the lack of work, lack of innings, his command is
it's not there. He hasn't been able to put it on that corner with regularity like that one. They wanted to go outside, try and bring that two-seamer back in on the outside corner, and threw it inside. His changeup, that's a pitch that he said he wanted to really develop in spring training, and started throwing it a little bit more, trying to take a little bit of miles per hour off of it. Felt that he was just throwing it too hard.
That's a foul ball right at home plate. Bottom of the 4th inning, Blue Jays scored 3 runs in the top half of this inning to take a 3-1 lead. Orioles scored their run in the bottom of the 2nd. If Aaron is dealing with that finger, it certainly hasn't come across in the results of this game. Sharply hit, but Travis is there at 2nd, and that'll end the inning. So now Anthony Alford can come into the dugout. The inning is over. Now time for an update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn in the Samsung broadcast studio. Lead things off again here in the 5th, and he made a catch out in the outfield off the bat of Kim, and then starts jogging back in, and then realized, oops, that's only 2 outs. And you can see he caught himself after a couple of strides because no one else was headed toward the dugout.
Why am I the only one going in there? Hey, you know what? We've all done that. And then your fans, you know, they're going to give you the raspberries when you get back in there, right?
I tell you what, it is so nice now because all of these young players have been with the Blue Jays in spring training. So they know all the coaches, they know all the players. I'm sure when you first came to the big leagues, it was like a strange situation.
No one.
Didn't know anybody. He goes after the first pitch and pops this one up over near the seats and out of play. When I first went to the ball club in Kansas City in 1969, it was like I didn't know anybody. I came from A-ball the year before.
And nobody would talk to you, I bet.
Nobody talked to me. No. They got on me about my uniform. That was about all. But Anthony Alford, he's been around the ball club, been around the players and the coaches.
Played a lot at spring training. Part of that squad that when the regulars would come out, the minor leaguers would go into the ball game and finish up the ball game.
Line drive to left, and Kim's going to make a catch. Boy, hit that one right on the button. There was a distinct sound to that line drive.
And it got out there quickly. Looked like he had his first big league hit, but the ball hung up for him and allowed Kim to run underneath it. Listen to this sound. Bam. Line drive to left field, and it's got some carry.
That's his wife Bailey there next to her father, who's capturing the moment. I tell you what, Pat, that was impressive. And you and I have been around the game for a long time. There are certain players that put a little different sound into that baseball when they hit it.
You know what it comes from? Bat speed. And we saw that in spring training when he hit a couple of home runs.
Luke Maile hits it to short. Hardy to his left, scooped at first by Davis. This is a very good fielding infield in Baltimore.
They've made 19 errors, this team, all season long. And it's tough to get it through the left side of the infield. Hardy and Machado. And then if you miss your spot, like Hardy does on this throw, there's a big target over there with soft hands. He can scoop it for you. That's Chris Davis.
Hardy and Davis have started 37 games. Scope has started 38. Manny Machado 39. They're always on the field. Back to the top of the order for the Blue Jays. Ezekiel Carrera has grounded out twice so far. Life back in the AL East. Tight ball games, very highly contested games, and this division is going to go down to the wire in my mind. Interesting game tonight down in AAA as Pawtucket is playing in Buffalo. And the starting pitcher for Pawtucket, none other than David Price. He went 2 innings, gave up 3 earned runs on 5 hits. That's his first rehab start. So he started against the Buffalo Bisons. Matt Latos is on the mound for Buffalo. He has thrown 5 1/3 to this point.
And everything I read about David Price is he's hasn't had any setbacks. He just continually just starts to move up, 60 feet, 90 feet, 120 feet, get him on the mound. There's a base hit, and now he's got a rehab start, so he might be back in 2 or 3 weeks.
Well, thank you very much, Jamie, and we apologize for that, but you got to hear Jim Hunter and Mike Bordick, who call the games for the Orioles. Jose Bautista has been on base twice. He has singled and was hit by a pitch. Carrera with a bouncing ball single up the middle. A 2-out single, his first hit. Hits are even now at 4 apiece for the Orioles and the Blue Jays. Bautista looks like a different hitter this month. completely different hitter, better approach. He's seeing the ball well. His timing is good, and this is the Bautista that we've seen in the past.
Hands are a little bit higher than what we saw in spring training. His timing is a lot better. He's hit 3 home runs in his career versus Tillman. And he's seeing them right now. That was a 2-0 changeup at 82 miles an hour that Jose laid off.
Well, he's getting a very distinct separation between that front foot and his hands going back, and when he does that, that's when he's most dangerous.
Gotta believe that he's got the green light here, 3-0, if he wants it.
Like he had the green light, but took a strike. Bautista, for his career, hitting just over 200 in this ballpark. But he's got 13 home runs. Fouls that one back. Of course, Bautista loves hitting at Fenway Park. He has 24 career home runs at Fenway Park in 66 career games. Full count, 2 outs. Carrera at first will be moving on the pitch. Foul back, and Carrera will go back to first. Jose has hit 139 home runs at Rogers Center. He has hit 24 here, or excuse me, 24 at Fenway, 23 at PNC Park in Pittsburgh.
He played there for the Pirates. He always seems to hit some at Yankee Stadium.
He's got 18 at Yankee Stadium in 60 games. Another 3-2 pitch. Way out in front of that one, and hits it well foul in the upper deck.
Another changeup from Tillman. He's not afraid to throw a changeup to a right-hander. And he has followed that up with that cutting fastball slash slider to the right-handers. So Jose knows all about that.
Tillman is 5-10 for his career against the Blue Jays with an ERA closing in on 5.5. There goes Carrera. Bautista checks his swing, and he's called for a swing by Jerry Meals, the home plate umpire. Tillman gets the strikeout. The Blue Jays strand a base runner. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. The Jays have a 3-1 lead over Baltimore.
Toronto Eaton Center are the official team shops for your Toronto Blue Jays. Authentic alternate red cap and jersey available now. Get yours today at select J-Shop locations, jshop.ca, or by calling 1-877-J-Shop.
Plenty of Jays fans on hand here in Baltimore, and they're having a good time. And you see a lot of families here, whether it's a group of dads and sons and grandpas and cousins, or a bachelor party from time to time, a bachelorette party. But a lot of baseball fans make their way here to watch the Blue Jays.
It's a night where there's fireworks after the ball game, so they got a doubleheader. They got the ball game and then fireworks tonight.
Scope checks his swing. It's 2-0. Scope's leading off in the bottom of the 5th.
Came into this game 4 total at bats from the leadoff spot.
That is ripped but fouled on the left field line.
Showalter trying to jumpstart this team offensively. Seth Smith normally would be hitting and playing, but he got a ball right off of his face, right underneath his eye, and he had some blurry vision. I'm sure that's why he is not in the lineup tonight.
He found the ball up home plate, it come up and hit him, and he would later on hit a home run. But as the game progressed, the vision got worse and worse, and he had a watery eye, and he just couldn't see. So, but got him out of the lineup, and obviously it's not well enough to play today. Three and 1 to leadoff man here in the 5th. The Blue Jays have a 3-1 lead. Pope walks for a second time.
Buy 6 cans of Beauty Tone paint and get the 7th free. Available exclusively at Home Hardware and Building Center locations. Beauty Tone, Canada's color experts.
Inner Harbor here in Baltimore. Adam Jones has popped out twice so far tonight. Going out to talk things over with Aaron Sanchez, and Maley, of course, has the best perspective of how Aaron's pitches are. He can tell about the life, the spin, the rotation. Tim Leeper continues to make minor adjustments with the left field.
Yeah, he'll do that from pitch to pitch, batter to batter. Right now, he's trying to get Anthony move into the gap just a little bit more. He's playing in the pole just a little bit too much, so he wants him to take away left center field.
High pop up on the infield. Devin Travis waiting at second. He makes the catch. Jones is retired 0 for 3 so far tonight. 3 pop-outs.
3 pop-outs, 2 to the first baseman, and that one stayed in the infield. Aaron fighting his control just a little bit with his fastball. He hasn't been able to finish, and he says that's where he feels that pressure on that finger on the fastball.
Manny Machado is 0 for 2. Squirts away from Maley, but not far enough for the runner to advance. Scope's been on base 3 times, hitting out of the leadoff spot, a couple of walks, and he reached on the fielder's choice.
That was that great play by Smoke to get him at the plate, and then they would stop the bleeding right there. Bases loaded. They got Jones to pop out.
That's going to be over the Orioles dugout, not a play. Machado won't turn 25 until July 6th this summer. Last August 30th, he hit his 100th career home run to become the youngest Oriole to reach 100 home runs. That ball is hit into the alley in right center, and Herrera calls for it. Bautista pulls out of the way, and the center fielder makes the catch.
Just caught that one on the end. Didn't catch it flush. That ball didn't go anywhere as Carrera calls off Bautista.
Kevin Pillar has been suspended by the Blue Jays for 2 games. This will be the final game of that 2-game suspension, so he will return tomorrow and be back in center field. The Blue Jays can replace a suspended player as long as they're the ones that initiated the suspension.
Yeah, if it comes from Major League Baseball, they would have to pay short.
Chris Davis struck out both times he's come to the plate tonight. Hits that one to Smoke. 0 for 3. Sanchez having no problems at all tonight with Chris Davis. We've played 5 in Baltimore. The Blue Jays have a 3-1 lead. To Vegas with the most flights from Canada. Take a swing at your WestJet Vegas surprise and book now for the whole team at westjet.com/Vegas. Those guys will be on for one of those trips, I would think. John Givens, boy, he's had to do some shuffling with his roster, with his team, because of all of the injuries. And the latest, of course, Siciliani, the center fielder in last night's game. He was hitting cleanup and had a great night. He had doubled in his first at bat and then hit this home run and grabbed his left shoulder. And he told us earlier today, he said the pain was so bad I wanted to run around the bases as fast as I could to get off the field. But it's an unfortunate circumstance for Siciliani.
He also said that he felt it in his first at bat. Remember, Buck, his first at bat, he hit a double down the right field line. He said he felt it just a little bit, but he said, I got to play through this. This is my chance. I'm hitting cleanup. I want to do something. And unfortunately, on that last swing, that was it.
He had an RBI double and a 2-run home run, and then had to sit out the rest of the game. We saw him last night. He got on the plane with a sling on his arm. Had an MRI today, and at the start of this game, we had not heard the results of that MRI. Kendrys Morales pulls it on the ground. Davis at first. He'll toss to Tillman. 1 out. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell.
First baseman, number 14, Justin Smoke.
Well, that Astros team has the best record in baseball, and they've done a great job. But Edwin, it's about time for him to heat up a little bit. He's 1 for 2 with a 2-run home run, his 7th home run of the season.
May is usually the month that Edwin starts to turn it around. The weather starts to change, get a little bit warmer. He gets some at bats underneath him, and he starts to heat up. Maybe tonight is the night.
Justin Smoke had an RBI single to the left side of the infield, crossed up the shift. Smoke now with 28 RBIs on the season. That's a significant number given all year last year he drove in 34. And this is his 42nd game of the season. Go be very pleased with the way Smoke has started. Certainly Kevin Pillar as well. And now the way Morales, Bautista all starting to heat up. And then Devin Travis also into the mix.
You know what he was upset about the other day? Remember the play in Atlanta where he squid the ball off the end of the bat and Ezekiel Carrero ran into the third baseman. He goes, that was a base hit. He goes, man, I downshifted at first base and I was flying down the line. That was going to be an infield hit. He goes, I don't get many infield hits.
Scope from the outfield turns and fires to first. What a fine play by Jonathan Scope. This time the shift gets Smokey, and Scope made a nice play. That wasn't an easy play, even though he was out there in right field.
We told you that this is a really good inner defense for the Baltimore Orioles. The thing about Scope is he's got range and he's got a rifle for an arm. All in one motion over to first base accurately. That's a base hit that he takes away. A one-hop smash to his right, and he's got plenty of arm from short right field to finish off the play.
That one was short of the dirt. One of the shortest balls you'll ever see thrown into the dirt. Tillman just held on to it too long. That actually bounced on the grass.
That was like the Dylan Betances pitch. Remember that in New York where he spiked the ball like he scored a touchdown?
It's like an overhand googly in cricket.
You lost me.
Oh, yeah. You spin it and bounce it and knock the wicket off. He bounced it. Well,
so that would have been a legal pitch.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Travis, another shot to right. That'll get down for his second hit of the ball game. Devin Travis is on fire. He is healthy again. He's had a lot of at-bats. Remember, he hit 130 in the month of April. But it's a different story this month.
Get it started, and that's what he's doing right now, hitting fastballs. He was jamming himself on pitches like that in April, grounding out weakly. Now he's got that bat head coming through there, and he's hitting line drives into the outfield.
Travis came into this game batting .327 in the month of May.
Big inning for Tillman. He wants to go 6. They've been talking about how the Orioles starters have not been able to get deep into the ballgame, putting a lot of pressure on that bullpen. They have had a lot of innings already this season. He's upset with himself right now after that changeup.
Brian Goins is 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground that in. RBI ground that in the 4th. Goins drove in the 3rd Blue Jay run. Jays have scored all their runs in that 4th inning. That's going to go back to the backstop, and Travis will go to second on the wild pitch. Tillman has uncorked a couple of wild ones here this inning.
It's like he's lost it or something. His release point. He's fighting himself. He got Morales on an easy ground ball. Got Smoke on a nice play by the second baseman, and then fell behind Travis. And now he is falling behind Ryan Goins 3-0.
This is Tillman's 3rd start of the season. He had shoulder tendonitis and started the season on the DL. And Goins takes ball 4. The Orioles bullpen is quiet to this point. First and second, 2 outs. Remember, the bullpen has been really used a lot lately, and the Orioles bullpen hasn't been that effective. They've issued 150 walks, most in the American League, and the opponents are hitting .264 against their bullpen. That's not like the Orioles bullpens of the past.
It all started with Zach Britton going on the disabled list.
Darwin Barney bends back from a fastball.
That's got to bring Roger McDowell out, and he sees the same thing that you and I are seeing. He's just lost his release point. Fell behind Travis. Stephen Crichton has gotten up, and he's now starting to get loose very quickly. Wild pitched him to second base. He walked Owens on 4 pitches, and now he's fallen behind Darwin Barney.
Roger McDowell, in his first season as the pitching coach here in Baltimore, has delivered his message, and he heads back to the dugout. So generally, after a mound meeting, pitchers are prone to throw a strike. So if I'm Darwin Barney, I'm anxious to get a good pitch to hit.
He's a veteran. He knows that. He's got some runners in scoring position right now. He's got a chance to pick up an RBI.
He goes after that pitch, hits it on the ground. Machado goes to second for the force out. The inning is over. The Blue Jays will strand a pair. But they still hold on to their lead. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th, 3-1 Blue Jays. Presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. Beautiful night in Baltimore. Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Aaron Sanchez has been very effective for a second straight start. He's allowed just 1 run on 4 hits over 5 innings, 82 pitches, very efficient, and we haven't really seen the great command, but it's only his 5th start of the season.
That's right. He's going to start the 6th inning, but they've got some action behind him. I don't think John Gibbons is going to wait too long.
Mark Trumbo gets his 2nd hit of the night, a leadoff single here in the 6th.
Get him into 90 pitches. Aaron threw 78 pitches in that last start. Got him through 5 innings against Seattle. Get him up to 90 pitches and then no restrictions after that.
So Trumbo's aboard. That's the 5th hit for the Orioles. He has 2 of those. Aaron Sanchez, coming into this game, has the 3rd lowest ERA among active pitchers, with a minimum of 40 starts. He is 3rd to Clayton Kershaw and Jacob deGrom. Kershaw 2.36 ERA for his career. This ball is hit high and deep to right center. Carrera back at the wall. This ball is gone. Wellington Castillo, his second home run of the season, has tied it up. The Orioles, they're a home run hitting ball club, and Castillo, with his second hit of the night, has tied it up at 3.
Tell you, that looked like it was just going to be a fly ball to center field, and it just kept going and going. And it's not going to come back as Castillo ties it up. Went right after him with the fastball. Looks like he just got underneath that one, but it just kept going. Carrera runs out of real estate and lands in the first row.
Trey Mancini takes ball 1.
Hey, that guy's had some good at-bats against the Blue Jays in their first 7 meetings this year. They're getting production from their catchers. Just his second home run of the season. Fastball gets underneath it. And it carries out of the ballpark to center field.
2015, Castillo had 17 home runs while playing for the Arizona Diamondbacks last year. In 416 at bats, he had 14 home runs. That's just his second. That's Danny Barnes loosening up for the Blue Jays. He got up at the start of this inning, so he is close to being ready. 3-3 ball game. What's wrong with that pitch? Sanchez has been frustrated by the strike zone, especially on the curveballs.
It's got so much break to it. You got to figure that it hit some spot of part of the home plate. Jerry Meals is hearing it now from John Gibbons and the rest of the Blue Jays. But it's got so much break on it where the ball is caught. I figure it might catch some of the plate.
Comes right back with it and kind of says, how about that one, Mr. Umpire? And he strikes out Mancini. And Jerry Meals is looking out at Sanchez right now, and he doesn't need to be doing that. There's no reason for him to be doing that. He's kind of challenging Sanchez, and he's looking out to Aaron, and I don't think Aaron has done anything that calls for that. So 1 away. Kim goes after it and hits the liner to center field. He lines out to Carrera. 2 outs. So the number 9 hitter, J.J. Hardy, will step to the plate. Hardy has a single and an RBI in 2 trips. Hardy's been a good player for a long time here in Baltimore. He is one of those under the radar guys. Now 34 years old. 2-time All-Star. Great fielder.
Solid and steady. He is the quarterback of that infield. You know, we talk about all the great shortstops, especially in the American League, young shortstops. Carlos Correa, Xander Bogaerts, and we forget about J.J. Hardy, who's won a lot of hardware as a pretty good fielding shortstop.
He drives this one to left. Anthony Alford at the wall is there and makes the catch. So Alford made a nice catch with his back up against the wall. Sanchez gives up a 2-run home run to Wellington Castillo. And we'll go to the 7th. It's a 3-3 game here in Baltimore. Anthony Alford, in his first big league game, saves a home run for Sanchez. he is out of the ball game, throwing 91 pitches over his 6 innings. 3 earned runs on 5 hits. He walked a couple and struck out 4. He had 3 strikeouts in a row. Last 2 outs of the second, first out of the third, and he is done for the night.
Stretched him out to 6 innings, so they got the 6th inning out of the starter. He only gave up the 3 earned runs, a couple of walks, and 4 strikeouts. So with his 6 innings in the books and now a tie score, Buck Showalter's going to go to his bullpen, and it's going to be Darren O'Day, the veteran. 16 games now for O'Day. He's only thrown 15 in the 3rd innings. He has always handled left-handed batters. He does that with that great movement that from down under. Righties, though, this year are hitting .303 against O'Day. And with the right-hander into the lineup for the Orioles, John Gibbons is going to go to his bench and counter that.
Chris Coghlan will pinch hit, and Coghlan had 2 hits in the game last night down in Atlanta, including a 2-run double in the 1st inning. So Anthony Alford is a big leaguer. He got a couple of at-bats, 0 for 2, made a nice catch. And that's his family who has enjoyed his first big league game with him.
That was a really nice catch.
Yes, it was.
To end the inning. He got back there quickly, showed his athleticism.
Coghlan goes after the first pitch and pulls it foul. Yeah, it was so effortless that you didn't realize the ball was over the fence when he caught it. Got back there very easily. That's Dwight Smith Jr., who also made his major league debut here last night. So some of the younger prospects getting a chance to play in the big leagues, albeit because of some injuries. But hey, it's an experience that they'll never forget.
Injuries and suspensions.
Ground ball up the middle. That'll get through for a base hit for Chris Coghlan. Let's go back and look at that catch that ended the bottom of the 6th, and J.J. Hardy put a charge in it, and Alford's right there, and that ball looked like it would have hit the top of the fence had he not been there, but he made an easy play of it.
He got back there quickly. That was the key to that play. He got back to the wall and was able to reach up there. That ball would have bounced over the fence and out of the ballpark if he doesn't make that play. So now he can just sit back and take it all in now, the last few innings of this ball game.
Chris Coghlan with a pinch hit single, his 2nd pinch hit of the season. This is Luke Maile. The Orioles aren't guarding against the bunt.
You got to figure that he's going to.
No bunt, according to the first base umpire. I was a little surprised they were back, and had it been a strike, that would have been a perfect opportunity for Maile to go ahead and put down a bunt. It didn't have to be that good. So now the Orioles are on high alert. Manny Machado really in at 3rd.
Yeah, this is why you want to bunt the ball to the right side. First baseman has to hold that runner on, try and pick out a pitch that you can put on the grass up the first baseline. When you're being taught how to bunt, a visual that you can have, Rod Carew talked about this a lot. Think that there's a mitt on the end of your bat and you're just going to catch the ball with your glove or the end of the bat, and that'll deaden it.
What you do if you're Luke Maile in this situation, especially against O'Day, is you got to move up in the box, get close to home plate, and if it's a strike, you have a much better chance of bunting it. Make an adjustment and really step to the front of the batter's box. Then your bat will always be in fair territory.
Get closer to him and get on the plate if you want to, and pick out a strike. Maybe you want to try and spin that ball at him so he pops it up.
He's not in a good position to bunt. He's just not in a good position. He's not comfortable, and he pulled that net back, and it was a strike. So now there are 2 strikes on Luke Maile, a ball and 2 strikes. Blue Jays have 10 sacrifice bunts this season. This is their 43rd game. And he bunts at it and strikes out.
That might be okay because Manny Machado was crashing hard at 3rd base. That if he did bunt, he might have bunted into a double play. Machado, as soon as he sees that barrel of the bat come around. He is coming hard. And he'll probably end up in your picture. He was right on top of him when he bunted through that thing. Look at him get the angle to catch the ball out in front.
Ezequiel Carrera singled through the middle of the infield his last time up. Carrera, no official at bats against O'Day. Of course, the matchup the Blue Jays are waiting for is on deck.
That's right. Big numbers favoring the Blue Jays.
Inside. Ball on the strike. We are in the 7th. It's a 3-3 ball game here in Baltimore. First of 3 against the Orioles. Goes out, run away. Coghlan is headed for second, and he'll get there, and that takes care of the Maley sacrifice bunt. So now that nearly guarantees Bautista will get to the plate.
Really no threat to steal over there at first base. Don't know why. Doesn't have a very big lead. Don't know why they're going to try and pick him off over there just to throw the ball. But you're right. That takes the place of the messed up sacrifice. Coghlan's going to be in the scoring position. Aaron O'Day throws a lot of ground ball outs. And maybe he just wanted to keep him close. But that takes the double play out. Blue Jays now need to cash in on the error.
Carrera now with a runner in scoring position and a 1-1 count. Upstairs. 2-2. Bautista waiting on deck.
Didn't give up many home runs, so you can't be thinking about home runs here against O'Day. Just go with the pitch. A little bit easier for the lefty to see that ball. They play him straight up everywhere on the field.
Ground ball. Davis will step on the bag. Coghlan will go to third on the out. But now there are 2 outs.
Number 19, Jose Bautista.
The Oriole fans know all about Jose Bautista and his success against the Orioles.
How about his success against Darren O'Day?
Absolutely incredible what he has done against O'Day. He has 4 career home runs against O'Day in 18 at-bats. He has the most home runs against one pitcher against David Price. He has 6 home runs against Price, but 4 against O'Day.
A lot more at-bats against David Price.
He's had 59 at-bats against Price. He's also hit home runs 5 against John Lester, 5 against James Shields, 4 against Tillman, and 4 against Porcello. But his percentages are off the charts against Darren O'Day. Coghlan at third.
He doesn't swing at that slider. When he sees that out of the hand of O'Day, he just lays off of it because he knows it's going to just go away. If it starts inside at you, that's the one that you're going to hit. If it starts at the middle of the plate, Jose just lays off of it.
Off the plate. Seventh inning of a 3-3 game. Batista's taking close pitches, isn't he?
What an eye. I mean, he is zeroed in on Darren O'Day. There's something about him that he picks the baseball up, and he picks it up early.
O'Day has surrendered just one home run this season. That was to the Nationals' Bryce Harper. That was on the 8th of May. 3-1 to Bautista. He didn't want anything to do with him. So Bautista will walk. He's been on base 3 times again tonight. And that'll bring Kendrys Morales to the plate. Morales so far tonight 0-for-2 with a walk. He walked and scored in the 4th inning.
Morales has had success, although it's just in small quantity. He's only had 5 at-bats against him, but he's had a couple of hits and a home run.
Blue Jays are settled for a hit right here with 2 outs.
They got the right guy at the plate. He has been swinging hot bat. He had a 4-hit game yesterday down in Atlanta by just taking the ball the other way.
Inside off the plate. Morales came into this ball game with the highest batting average among active players here at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Ball 2. This is the problem we have talked about with this Orioles bullpen. They have not thrown the ball well. They've walked more batters than anybody in the American League.
Walks per 9 innings. They're averaging almost 4 walks per 9 innings from the bullpen. Out of the 15 American League teams, they're 14th. This is unusual for this team. They're normally a lockdown bullpen, but walks have really hurt them.
They've also surrendered 9.40 hits per 9 innings. So hits and walks, bad numbers for the bullpen. Blue Jays need a big hit right now from Kendrys Morales.
Tough to get the ball in the air, but you can be looking for one down. He's a good low ball hitter here.
Almost hit him. 3-1. Wow, this is the real value of having back-to-back switch hitters in your lineup, Morales and Smoke. Even if the pitcher's thinking or manager's thinking about making a pitching change here, Smoke will just turn around and bat from the other side.
Yeah, he's one of the best. Buck Showalter and playing the percentages. That ball off the plate almost hits Morales. He's got some weapons down in that bullpen to counteract what you have, but you're right. The Blue Jays have switch hitters. You can't do anything.
He walked him. Back-to-back 2-out walks issued by Darren O'Day, and that'll bring the red-hot Justin Smoke to the plate. Smoke already has an RBI tonight. So there'll be a conference on the mound while Smoke sorts out his thoughts. Blue Jays have hit one grand slam this season. That was by Kendrys Morales against the Tampa Bay Rays down in St. Pete.
Boy, he was careful with those two. And I don't blame him, first of all. I wonder if he said, you know what, I'm going to be careful. I'm going to shoot for the edges. If I end up walking those two guys, I'll take my chances with Smoke.
Different Smoke than he's faced in the past.
That's the thing. That's the wild card right here. Smokey's been a different hitter.
Smoke has had 3 good at-bats tonight. He's got a good eye right now. He was thrown out on a 4-3 ground out, if you want to call it that. But Jonathan Schoop was way out in the outfield. Now, with the bases loaded, he can't play in that same type of shift. Kind of a traditional defensive alignment on the infield.
Wonder why not? I'd play out there.
You don't have to worry about a double play or anything. There's 2 outs.
Ground ball to the left side. They're not going to throw to second. He hits that same ball like he did his last time up. It's going to score 2 runs.
It's really interesting that Schoop is right at the edge of the grass and not out in the outfield. He's got a shortstop's arm. He can throw it from anywhere. Ball and a strike to Justin Smoke. It's a 3-3 game. Smoke's got a lot of confidence now. He's confident he can hit with 2 strikes.
There's no question what he's trying to do to him. Stay away from him.
Ripped but foul down the right side.
He's thinking up there, what is he going to do to try and get me out? He wasn't familiar with Fultonevich the other day, and he said he threw him a lot of breaking balls, didn't really try to challenge him with that heater.
Smoke this season has improved dramatically, hitting with 2 strikes. He comes into this game with a .219 batting average with 2 strikes.
That might not sound good, but that's a good average with 2 strikes.
Major league average is 170. Big moment in this ball game for sure. Middle of the Blue Jays order. Smoke and busted wide open right here. Ball gets away from the catcher. Coughlin's in to score. And Castillo couldn't handle it, and the Blue Jays take the lead in a very bizarre fashion. It's a strikeout and probably a pass ball.
It looked like the ball hit Justin Smoke when he swung through. It looked like it hit him in the leg. And I think that's what Buck Showalter's going to come out and find out the ruling on that. It hit him in the leg, so Castillo couldn't find it. It's a hard slider that comes in, hits him right in the knee, but he swings through it.
Well, if that's the case, and if it hit Smoke, then he should be out. You swing at a pitch and it hits you, 2 strikes, you're out. Now, Showalter's going to ask Jerry Meals, you got to have some of your umpires help you out on this call. And that's what they're going to do. Yeah, this Meals is the crew chief, and they're going to have an umpire conference. Buck Showalter has asked the umpires, hey, check with your umpiring crew. I think that ball hit smoke.
Hey, John Gibbons is on that first step, and he wants to be part of that conversation right there.
So now the umpires, they could ask for a review here and go to the review and say, okay, let's look at it, see if it hit him. And that's what they're going to do. And he wants to see the review to see if the ball hit him, because that's a reviewable play.
And it clearly hit him.
So the Blue Jays got a chance to have this one come off the scoreboard.
Slider, as he swings over the top of it, just glances off of his knee. And that's why Castillo, who is a good catcher, can't come up with it. He has no idea where the ball is. Says, there it is. It's over on the on-deck circle.
And now they have their decision, and he is going to be out. And that'll be the third out of the inning. So the Blue Jays lose a run because the batter swung at the ball with 2 strikes. The pitch hit him, and he is out on strikes. It's still a 3-3 game. Game for the Blue Jays is the right-hander Danny Barnes taking over for Aaron Sanchez.
And he's done a good job in his 11 games. He's got an ERA of 180. He's thrown 15 innings. He just gets tough when he gets to 2 strikes. He has the ability to finish off batters. He gets tough with runners on base. He gave up his first big league home run the other day down in Atlanta. And he's only given up 2 extra base hits this whole season.
Aaron Sanchez goes 6 innings. A big hit he gave up, the 2-run home run to Wellington Castillo in the bottom of the 6th. That tied it at 3-3. 2 walks, 4 strikeouts for Sanchez. He threw 93 pitches, so both starters are out of the ball game. Chris Coghlan got a pinch hit base hit. He takes over defensively in left field for Anthony Alford. Bottom of the 7th inning of a 3-3 game. Top of the order for Baltimore, Scope, Jones, and Machado. First pitch swinging, Scope skies it, foul territory for Smoke. He is there. 1 pitch, 1 out for Danny Barnes.
He will come right after you with that fastball, and he's not afraid to throw it up in the strike zone. Got a good changeup. I'll tell you what, he's got nerves of steel too.
Doesn't he? Very calm for a young guy. This is just his second opportunity in the majors. He came up last year, a couple different stints. You better be aware on the first pitch to Adam Jones. He likes Scope, a very aggressive first pitch swinger. Jones has popped out 3 times tonight, all on the infield.
This is actually the first time that the Orioles have seen Danny Barnes. They might have a lot of video on him and everything, but this is the first time that they've stood in the batter's box and seen the pitch from him. Luke gets busted again.
Luke's just too big.
That one he felt in the jaws.
Got to be a little guy like me so you don't get hit very often, but he gets hit.
He's going to rattle his cage on this ball. Knocks the face mask off his helmet.
Changeup and a good one. Boy, Danny's got a good changeup. Fastball changeup, that's his bread and butter, and then he is getting better and better with his slider all the time.
It's a little bit different changeup that what we see from Marco Estrada. Marco's more of a 4-seam type of spin rotation where it stays on plane. Danny's got a sink to his. They might throw him another one.
Bounce that one in the dirt. So both starters, Chris Tillman and Aaron Sanchez, go 6 innings. They both are charged with 3 earned runs. The only home run in the game, the 2-run home run by Wellington Castillo. A high changeup that time, and Jones strikes out.
The Honda Checkered Flag event is back. Get there fast, leave even faster.
Beautiful overhead view of Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Comfortable night now. It was 26 degrees at the start of this ball game. It's cooled off, and there's a good crowd on hand. They have turned out to see these 2 good ball clubs, and they have the added benefit of a fireworks display after this game. Manny Machado is 0 for 3. Bottom of the order, Trumbo and Castillo hitting in the 5th and 6th spot. They've done most of the damage tonight. They have 4 hits, 4 of the 6 Oriole hits. Kim has a single. J.J. Hardy has an RBI single.
Yeah, what's new with these 2 teams going at each other, and it's a close game late.
Machado takes ball 4, a 2-out walk.
They've played 6 times this year. 5 of them have been decided by 2 runs or less. There's only been one blowout. That was that 11-4 win by the Orioles on April the 16th. And everything else has been tight.
Including an 11-inning 3-2 Orioles win on opening day. Mark Trumbo hit a walk-off home run. Manny Machado draws the 2-out walk. Now Danny Barnes will work to Chris Davis, who's gone 0 for 3. Boy, this lineup is one of those lineups where you never are able to take a deep breath. Everybody that comes to the plate's a threat to hit a home run.
And that's why they're so good late in ball games. At least they were last year, the Orioles, because they could hit a lot of home runs, and they hit a lot of home runs late.
Look at the location of those two pitches. You talked about how you get Chris Davis out.
You can go up, and you can go up and in at times. And Danny Barnes, his fastball's 92, but he blew those two fastballs by him. They're going to go back in there. Up and
2.
in.
Keep your eye on Machado. He's not running, and they go up and in and get a foul ball.
If you throw a changeup, if you want to go to that pitch, make it a bad one off the plate, down, maybe he'll go after it. He's in a hot streak right now. He can hit changeups out of the ballpark.
There goes Machado. He broke and then he stopped. Maley picked up on it, but his throw was high back to first.
If it was lower, I think they had a shot at first base. For some reason he stopped. I guess he felt he didn't have a good jump, but the throw, I think Maley had to throw around Chris Davis, and that's why he couldn't get the ball down on the bag. So Smoke can't get down there and get the tag.
1-2 to Davis. He got him. Went right back upstairs and punches out Chris Davis. Davis came in a red-hot hitter. He's 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. So Danny Barnes comes in to work the 7th. Gives up a walk, but then strikes out Chris Davis to keep it a 3-3 game. Thank you very much, Jamie Campbell. We are moving to the 8th inning in this 3-3 game. Alec Asher will take over. Darren O'Day pitched the 7th inning and left the bases loaded as he got a strikeout after a video review.
Asher, 8 games this year, 6 relief appearances and 2 starts for the Orioles. Both of them quality starts. That's why he's got 24 innings, 263 earned run average. Blue Jays saw him on Jackie Robinson Day back at the Rogers Center when he started that game, pitched into the 7th inning. Only gave up 3 hits and a run to the Blue Jays. He's a converted starter. We saw him with Philadelphia. He's got pretty good stuff. He was recalled that day on April the 15th from AAA to make that start against the Blue Jays.
Kendrys Morales had a walk-off home run in the bottom of the ninth. Marco Estrada 7 strong innings in that ball game, and the Blue Jays won that game 2-1. Devin Travis, another good night at the plate. He is 2 for 3 with an RBI double. Both of his hits going to right. Travis's batting average now at .220. He raised his batting average 90 points in the month of May.
You know, when you play against these teams in the American League East, every opportunity you have to score runs, you have to take advantage of it. And remember, it was Devin Travis who was on at third base when the Blue Jays had a failed squeeze earlier this game. That was back in the 4th inning. That would be a nice run to have right now, wouldn't it?
That's when they scored their 3 runs, and they put the squeeze on. It was a suicide squeeze, and Darwin Barney was at the plate. It was just too far away. He couldn't put the bat on the ball. In the dirt, it's a full count. Blue Jays are playing with a short bench. Obviously, Chris Coggin came into the game as a pinch hitter. He's now playing in left field. They have Dwight Smith, a left-handed bat, Mike Ullman, a right-handed bat. The only 2 players left on their bench. Pulled foul. A typical Oriole Blue Jay game.
Tight, goes late, can't make a mistake in these types of games.
Travis fouls it off the screen. Pitcher's foot. Machado makes a miraculous play, but it's not in time. He came charging from his position at third. It went up in the air, and he grabbed it on the fly and threw to first, but Travis legs it out.
There was only one third baseman who was going to make that play or even attempt to make that play, and that was going to be Manny Machado. I think what they're looking at to see if that ball hit the ground, and it did.
If that ball didn't hit the ground, Machado catches it in the air, Travis is out. And Buck Showalter is coming out now, and they're going to take a look at the pitcher. Richie Bancel's a longtime trainer checking with the pitcher. But now Showalter's running back to the dugout to check with his video guy.
Well, you're right. If it didn't, he might be wanting to see if they want to get somebody up in that pen just in case. So he's going to stall for a little bit more time. Talk to the crew chief, Jerry Meals. You could see the dirt fly when it hits.
It looked like it hit in front of his foot. He's not sure where it is, but I think you're right. I think it hit the dirt just short of his foot, kicked off his heel, went up in the air. But had that hit his foot first, Manny Machado would have recorded an out.
Tell you, there's not a lot of third basemen who would have even attempted to make that play at first base.
So Travis has his 3rd hit, a leadoff single here in the 8th. Machado's in expecting the bunt. And that throw to first, seeing if Goins would tip his hand. Watch the Machado reaction.
Chewing up the ground, catches it barehanded. He's got such a strong arm. He made that close.
the instincts to go after it after it's hit up the middle and it kicks off the pitcher's foot. Terrific player. Goins squares to bunt, pops it up. Blue Jays can't bunt. They're just not a good bunting team. They practice it. We see them practice it all the time.
Every day. They've already messed up one sacrifice tonight. Couldn't get that leadoff runner to second base, and he didn't come around to score. Told you about the suicide squeeze, but that was a tough pitch. And they fouled that one back. Maybe they take it off here. They got the infield moving around before the pitch.
Squares again and bunts it back to the pitcher. They'll go to second. Get the lead runner back to first. Double play. The Blue Jays' inability to play fundamental baseball has cost them again. They get a leadoff single and then Goins bunts into a double play.
So I mean, these types of games, because they're so close and they're hotly contested, you can't make mistakes. Right back to the mound. One hopper, and they're going to turn another double play. 1-6-4.
3 times tonight the Blue Jays have tried to bunt and they haven't been able to execute. And that time they bunt into a double play. Darwin Barney. Darwin has gone 0 for 3. Eighth inning, Joe Smith is loosening up, checking with Dane Johnson, see who he's going to deal with. He struck out the side last night. One and 2. Blue Jays have out hit the Orioles 7-6. They've each stranded 7 base runners.
Is stretched out, and so he's not one of those one-inning pitchers coming out of that bullpen. If they need him for a couple of innings, he's fine. Tried to finish off that at bat with a curveball in the dirt.
The cutter is popped over the Orioles dugout out of play. The Orioles have won 5 of the 6 games these two teams have played so far. Blue Jays were swept in the 2-game season opening series here in Baltimore early in May. And the Orioles won 3 of 4 at Rogers Center. Barney strikes out. Asher gives up an infield single, gets a double play and a strikeout. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th in a 3-3 game. Now time for a Blue Jays Central update. Here's Jamie Campbell with Greg Zahn in the Samsung broadcast studio.
Continues tomorrow. The Erie Otters take on the Seattle Thunderbirds. Catch all the action right here on Sportsnet, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. Back to Buck Martinez and Pat Tabler.
Thank you very much, Hazel. Got a terrific ball game once again, and Joe Smith takes over here in the 8th, and he has been lights out lately. He struck out the side last night, got Markakis, Kemp, and Flowers in the 8th.
He was telling us earlier today at the hotel, he said, you're getting enough work. He goes, oh yeah, the more the merrier. I love it. Said he wanted to get into that ball game yesterday, and he was great. You ready for today? Oh, absolutely. This guy can pitch every day, I think. He's put up some great numbers. Just 19 2/3 innings in his 21 games. He's got 29 strikeouts to 7 walks. Spinning a good breaking ball. His fastball's got some movement to it.
Danny Barnes worked the 7th. He had a very good inning. He had 2 strikeouts and a walk and nothing more. So it's a battle of the bullpens, and Mark Trumbo, he's had 2 singles tonight. He's had leadoff singles in the 2nd and the 6th. Came around to score both times. Joe Smith was injured last year. He split time between the Angels and the Cubs. He had a hamstring injury, went on a DL in Los Angeles, and then had to get back on the DL once he had joined the Cubs. But he wasn't healthy.
No, not at all. When he is, he can do what we've seen.
Little tapper back to the mound. 1 away. Drive of the game brought to you by Honda, official vehicle of the Blue Jays and proud fan since 1977.
Blue Jays had a 2-run lead in the 6th inning. Trumbo singled, and then Wellington Castillo gets this pitch from Aaron Sanchez over the middle of the plate and hits his 2nd home run of the season. It's going to tie up the ball game. That's where we sit as that ball finds itself in the 1st row in center field. Castillo with tonight's drive of the game. That's where we sit, 3-3. Thanks to Wellington Castillo.
Just his 2nd home run of the season. He goes after the first pitch. He gets jammed on that 2nd pitch, both of them right in on his hands. Time for the big sweeper.
Big sweeper coming up. Don't show it to him until you have to. You know, as a hitter, you're thinking, okay, when he drops down like that, he can throw that fastball inside, and he can throw that slider away. You got to pick one of them. Can't cover both of them.
Oh, he crossed him up, threw the fastball on the outside corner, and picks up another strikeout. What a good pitch.
And as a hitter, you give up on it, and it's right there. Good call by Maley. And Joe Smith delivers with that tough delivery for right-handers.
That last replay really shows how pitchers have to use their legs. He was completely off the mound in the air, and if you've got a bad hamstring, you can't drive off that mound like he did. He is healthy, and he is throwing nothing but quality pitches now. But you saw all of the torque on that delivery. Those legs come off the ground. He really drives with that right leg and finishes up completely in the air before he lands.
He doesn't want to give this guy a fastball. He's hunting fastball right now, trying to cheat to it. I think Joe sees that. He's throwing him a couple of sliders.
Another slider. He hasn't thrown in that real good slider yet. The one that starts down the middle and breaks off the plate. Smith now has 30 strikeouts. Threw him a fastball and he was late on it.
Just putting it in his mind. Hey, he can come with that fastball too. Now we might see that sweeper. He hasn't issued a walk to a righty this season. That's how good his control has been.
There it is. He swung at that pitch. He didn't get the call, didn't get the appeal. Looked like he went after him.
Well, let's see it from the side. You judge.
No, he didn't.
Well enough.
Wasn't close. Look at where that pitch is. That's 4 inches on the plate. Luke Maile asking Meals about that last pitch. Nothing to do about it now. Sanchez wasn't pleased with the strike zone, especially on that down and away strike.
The reaction tells it all, doesn't it? From Joe. He's walking off the mound. He can't believe that that ball's not called a strike.
3-2 now. Well, you hate to give these power hitters an extra strike or two. Especially in this ballpark.
Yeah, it's worked out so far for the Blue Jays. They've thrown a couple of pitches. They've had to throw an extra pitch. I know Aaron threw one and got a strikeout. I think it was against Chris Davis.
Trey Mancini, too. He got a strike on a curveball. There's that base hit. Smith had him struck out. And John Gibbons, that's what he's all upset about. That should have been 3rd out of the inning.
He's got to go fastball. He doesn't want to walk him. He goes fastball away. There's the reaction. He said, I had that guy struck out, and now I give him another chance, and he singles to right field. I thought Luke Maile did a really good job of going out there and calming him down. He put his arm around him, said, all right, look, man, he missed that one. Let's throw a better one here. Luke's gone out there, said, hey, nothing you can do about that.
Pretty veteran move by a young catcher. But now Smith has to deal with the lefty batter in Kim. Kim's 1 for 3 with a single. The extra pitches mounting up after that strike was called the ball.
We'll see how this inning plays out. You know, it's not a big deal if you throw 1 or 2 extra pitches, but if you have to face 1 or 2 extra batters and throw 7, 8, 9 extra pitches.
Joe Smith is experienced enough to let that go. He's got to focus on the hitter here. Popped him up. Goins the shortstop. Travis the second baseman calls him off. Travis makes the catch and the inning is over. So Smith pitches around that 2-out single. Luke Maile talking to the home plate umpire.
Jays on Sportsnet. Presented by the rugged Honda Pioneer Off-Road family. Your adventure begins here.
During the commercial break, the groundskeeper here in Baltimore was updating the umpire about the rain situation. We have been told that she sent out an email that suggests there is the possibility of rain at the top of the hour about 30 minutes from now. But Pat, you and I are sitting here in the booth, and you could feel how the temperature has dropped a couple of degrees in the last 5 minutes.
So let's get a run, hold them, and get out of here. Brad Brock is going to come in for the 21st time for the Baltimore Orioles. He's taken over the closer's job with Zach Britton on the disabled list. So 0-1 with a 405 earned run average. Not a lot of base hits given up this year. Getting a little bit more breezy.
Chris Coghlan came into the game as a pinch hitter and got a single back in the 7th. That single was against Darren O'Day, leadoff single. He went second on an air, but he was part of the Blue Jays' 3 base runners stranded in that 7th inning. Dwight Smith has grabbed the bat. He's out on deck. He looks like he's going to hit for the catcher.
Tough to get the ball in the air against Brad Brock, too. He drops that ball down like that. His fastball's got some tailing action on it, a hard split. Got a battle now with a couple of strikes.
The Orioles have made a lot of roster moves lately. They've added pitching before 3 games on that 7-game road trip. A total of 7 different pitching transactions over 7 games.
Well, they've got a lot of optional players that they can move in and out depending on the situation. If a guy's tired, if he throws 2 or 3 innings out of the bullpen, they can send him down to the minor leagues and bring somebody else up. They've been working that wire, haven't they? That DL wire.
3-2. Foul back by Coghlan. Buck Showalter, we saw him in the opening series of the season, and he said, you know, that 10-day disabled list, I'm going to like that. He also said, I need lots of optionable players, and he has utilized that opportunity.
Sometimes out of necessity, sometimes because they need some fresh bodies.
Strike 3 call. Coghlan was headed for first base. He's called out on strikes. Not much he can say. The Blue Jays are very thin on position players. He's in left field now.
They're going to bring their second to the last one right now. What a pinch hit. Coghlan strikes out, thought it was outside. Fastball. I think his argument was, hey, you called that a ball a couple of pitches ago. This time you call it a strike.
So John Gibbons will go to the bench, and this is Dwight Smith Jr., who made his major league debut last night. He came into the game after Siciliani was lifted with the arm injury in the 3rd inning. So he took over defensively in left field in the 3rd inning. He got a couple of at-bats. 3 plate appearances. He walked, struck out, and grounded out.
Said he was all excited about last night. Grew up about 35 minutes south of the ballpark. Said his dad was there in attendance watching, and said he had a lot of fun. Said, now go and do something. Do something special. He's got a nice looking swing. Got some bat speed himself.
Dwight Smith Jr. called up from Buffalo. In AAA Buffalo, he ended up with a .297 batting average. Hit 3 homers and drove in 17 over the course of 36 games. Two and one. Smith was drafted in the compensation round in 2011. Started his career in Vancouver in 2012. And he's worked his way up through every level of the Blue Jays organization this year, first year in AAA.
Slow and steady climb. You don't move players up until they're ready. And a lot of times for younger players especially, it takes them a while to get out of A-ball. You've got to learn the game. I mean, all facets of the game. Base running, throwing, fielding, hitting. He has had a nice, slow, steady climb, and here he is in the big leagues.
2-2, 1 out. Top of the 9th inning in a 3-3 game. Outside, it's a full count. Ezekiel Carrera, the leadoff man, is on deck.
They got to challenge him with a fastball, don't they?
You would think. Don't want to walk this guy. Got a good one to hit. And he hit it well, but foul. Smith at his highest batting average of his minor league career at Buffalo, .297. Getting better as he gets more experience,
moving up, learning the game. Come on, get your first big leaguer right here.
All that on strikes. They threw him a breaking ball. 2 strikeouts for Brock. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Tyler Clippard taking the loss. Severino went 5 innings. He allowed just 1 run on 5 hits. Or the bullpen for Tampa Bay doing a terrific job. Alex Colomé gets the win in relief. 2 outs for the leadoff man, Ezekiel Carrera. Tepera and Osuna standing by ready in the bullpen.
Looked like Zeke wanted to untie this game with that swing. A little bit too long on that one, trying to lift that one out of the ballpark.
Pops this one out of play. It's really remarkable how many times these 2 teams play games like this. The line score for the Blue Jays 3-7-0, for the Orioles 3-7-1. Blue Jays have stranded 7. The Orioles have left 8.
What's new? I mean, they're 2 evenly matched teams. They know each other inside and out. I don't care what the score is. Eventually, by the last part of the innings, it's going to be close. When it was 3-1, I'm like, well, that's nothing. You know, it's a bloop and a blast, a tie, and that's exactly what happened.
Wellington Castillo had a 2-run home run after Mark Trumbull singled to left. That was in the 6th, and no one has scored since. The Orioles off to a 13-3 start here at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. That ties the franchise record for the best start to a season at home. They also did that in 1992, 13-3.
It's also the fewest games at home for any American League East team. They've only played 16 games here.
We're out in front of that off-speed pitch. Davis will flip to Brock, and Brad Brock has a 1-2-3 top of the ninth. So we'll go to by the threat of rain, and we have seen the grounds crew. That's the head groundskeeper here. Now she gets on the walkie-talkie, and here comes the grounds crew. They're going to take their position behind the tarp along the fence at the first base side of things. So they are in position, and it sounds like they expect the rain to arrive any time. New pitcher into the ballgame is Ryan Tepera.
Like Danny Barnes, Ryan Tepera has been throwing the ball exceptionally well. In his 18 games this year, his ERA is just a tick over 3. He's also won 3 games out of the bullpen. He's also saved one. His command has been a lot better. You can see it in his 25 2/3 innings, he's only walked 9 batters this season. He's always had the great arm. Another defensive change for the Blue Jays.
This is kind of a cool moment for Mike Ullman. He spent a long time in the minor leagues for the Orioles, and he is back here getting his first opportunity to play in this ballpark for his original organization, the Baltimore Orioles. J.J. Hardy, he made a bid for a home run in the 6th, hit a ball over the wall in left that Anthony Alford caught to end the inning. Tepera is pitching with so much confidence now, and you can see the difference. He is aggressively attacking that strike zone.
That's what he said earlier this month. He said, you know what, I have to be a little bit more aggressive and pitch with confidence and challenge hitters. When I was falling behind and trying to make perfect pitches, you know, 3-1 fastballs get hit up here. But if you jump ahead of them and have confidence in your stuff, then you can finish him off. His slider's been better. His two-seamer's been better.
2-1 pitch to J.J. Hardy, and he bounces that one in. They're down 3-1. Certainly want to get the leadoff man in a tie game. Good strike. Now it's a full count. Aaron Sanchez started, then Danny Barnes, Joe Smith, and now Ryan Tepera for the Blue Jays. threw him a nasty breaking ball.
That looked like a hard slider. It was 89 miles an hour, and it just threw off the timing of J.J. Hardy at the plate. J.J.'s guessing fastball, slider. You see he's just a little bit off balance as he starts his swing. That front side collapsed just a little bit. That's confidence.
Back to the top of the order for Jonathan Schoop. Officially 0 for 2. He's walked twice. To Goins, 2 outs. The pair took something off that pitch and had Schoop out on that front foot. Kind of a soft liner to shortstop.
It's that confidence again in that slider. He can give you multiple innings if you choose to. As this season goes along, he's pitching in more and more important ball games for the Blue Jays. Important innings in the ball games.
Yeah, managers are funny that way, Pat. You know, if you get a lot of people out, you're going to get a chance to pitch a lot more.
In tighter situations.
You bet.
Late in the ball game. No mop up. Not when you're throwing like this.
Adam Jones is 0 for 4 tonight. He has popped out 3 times and struck out. Danny Barnes struck him out in the 7th. Breaking ball gets to bear back into the at bat at 2-1. Tough lineup. Doesn't make any difference who's at the plate or who's on deck. They're tough hitters up and down this batting order.
That's why every pitch is so important. Got to put everything into every pitch. Reaches back to the 96 off the plate. That's why when you face teams in the American League East, if you're the pitcher and your night is over, you can take a deep breath, but you're probably exhausted. Especially late in these tight games where everything has so much pressure on it, every pitch.
And right back with a slider. It's such a late breaking slider. Looks like a fastball here. Gets the batter to commit. Full count, 2 outs. We're in the 9th. Foul.
Gotta be unpredictable. Hitters are starting to, if they start to see you throw a lot of sliders, they might sit slider. That's why Joe Smith's at bat to finish last inning where he got that strikeout. Beautiful thing. Didn't finish the inning. It was the 2nd out in that inning. It was just a thing of beauty.
Castillo was looking breaking ball and he threw him a fastball down the way.
Yeah, painted the corner. Looks like Ullman wants to go fastball in and Tepera shook him off.
That's a good point because it is the first inning for Mike Ullman as Maley was lifted in favor of the pinch hitter, so Ullman is catching. So instead of having doubts about a sign, you go out and talk about it.
Tell him what you want to throw here.
back with that hard breaking ball. I think now if he wanted to, he could go down and away with a fastball. Because with 2 strikes, I think you could beat Jones with a fastball away. I wouldn't try to throw it inside.
Yeah, he's thrown three sliders in a row to him.
Go down and away now with a fastball, and you might beat him. Don't go inside. That's where they're going. Popped him up. Ullman over near the Orioles dugout, but it's going to be off the dugout roof. I don't like flirting inside with Adam Jones.
Not with the home run hitters like that. Early in his career, you could throw breaking balls and he's swinging at it. But now he is a veteran. He is an experienced hitter. And he just slows everything down. Tough to get him. He's 0 for tonight. He's had 3 pop-ups and a strikeout.
Fly ball. Herrera was deep. Now he hustles in. He gets there, gets under it, makes the catch, and we're going to go to extra innings. The Blue Jays will play their 7th extra inning game of the season. It's 3-3 after regulation.
First is Thursday night in the 6th, presented by TD. The first 15,000 fans in attendance receive this Tulo t-shirt. And don't forget to join us pregame in the WestJet flight deck for live music and entertainment. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com. Buck.
Thank you very much, Hazel. Nice looking t-shirt, and hopefully we will be back by then and playing for the Blue Jays once again. Michael Givens comes on, and the bullpen has done a nice job. Darren O'Day, Alec Asher, Brad Brock, and now Michael Givens. Blue Jays bullpen has matched him pitch for pitch.
Yes, they have. If you want to match Michael Givens, you better bring your strikeout stick, because Michael Givens can do it. He led the Orioles relievers last year with 96 strikeouts. He's got a hard fastball and a very hard slider. He is already 3-0 this year.
He had a bunch of wins last year. Bautista goes after the first pitch. It's a 2-hopper to short. Hardy throws him out. No secrets between these two teams, that's for sure. They know a lot about each other. You know, Givens now will work to Kendrys Morales. He has walked twice tonight. Morales has only had one official at bat against Givens. He's 0 for 1. The Blue Jays have no position players on their bench. Everybody has been into the game. I say everybody. All three of them.
All 3 of them. Smith and Ullman got into the game that last inning. 1 pinch hit, 1 caught.
Alfredo Osuna with the middle of the order coming up in the bottom of the 10th. Machado, Davis, and Trumbo.
Down and away.
Pulled on the ground. Scope is out in right field. He throws to first, and that's the second out of the inning.
You got to start it early against Michael Gibbons. He averaged about 11.5 strikeouts per 9 innings last year with that big fastball. So you got to get it started earlier. It's going to eat you up. The problem with that is he drops that slider on you. It's where he gets a lot of his strikeouts.
Justin Smoke. He's 1 for 4 in the ball game. Smoke's had some good at-bats tonight. He had a controversial strikeout in the 7th. He swung and missed a pitch. It looked like it went off the catcher, went back to the screen with the bases loaded. That allowed the base runner to come in to score. But on review, the umpire had determined that the ball struck Smoke as he was swinging with 2 strikes, and he was called out.
And the Blue Jays had the lead for about, what, a minute? Minute and 10 seconds?
Yeah.
That's the last time either one of these teams have come close to touching home plate. The bullpens have been good.
Home run cut by Smoke.
Remember earlier in the game, he had a 3-0 pitch and he took it. Well, he wasn't going to take that one. He was trying to hit it out on the Utah street.
Gibbons has given up 3 home runs this season. Smoke takes ball 4. Throw him an off-speed pitch, and he walks in with 2 outs. Now Devin Travis will come to the plate. Travis has had a 3-hit game, including a double. So with that double, if Devin Travis hits another double tonight, he'll have hit 2 or more doubles in 4 of the last 5 games. Interesting that the last player to hit multiple doubles in 4 out of 5 games was Sammy West for the Senators in 31.
Yeah, he had that streak stopped last night.
You see the fans taking cover now as it has started to rain, but lightly just yet.
He said the top of the hour. Pretty accurate.
Inside, ball 2.
Problem that Gibbons had in his last outing, that was 3 days ago at Detroit. He threw an inning, gave up 3 runs. He also walked 3 batters. And he hasn't had that problem tonight, just the walk to Smoke. It looked like he was pitching around him once he fell behind Justin.
See the rain now starting to pick up a bit. 2-0. Good swing. Now it's 2-1, and there's some lightning now. And the ground crew had predicted this. Nicole McFadden is the hits groundskeeper here, and she had been in communication with the umpiring crew. 2-2 now to Devin Travis. 2 outs. We're in the 10th. This is the 7th game between these 2 clubs, and the Orioles have won 5 of 6. Travis strikes out. That ends the top half of the 10th inning. Blue Jays get a 2-out walk and nothing more. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. Machado, Davis, and Trumbo for the Orioles. Osuna coming on. has deployed the tarp, and it's the second time we have seen it on the field tonight. This game's start was delayed about 35 minutes from the start, and now, as predicted, grounds crew said it was going to rain at 11, and it rained at 11. Doesn't happen very often, Pat.
No,
Right.
they can't. They kept talking to the crew chief about 11 o'clock, and it's supposed to get pretty nasty, and it's picking up right now. A lot of lightning, some heavy rain. Not really sure how long this delay is going to be, but it's coming down right now.
We are in extra innings, and the Orioles are scheduled to bat in the bottom of the 10th, and you can see the line score 3-7-0 to 3-7-1. It has been a terrific ball game. The bullpens now, it's a battle of the bullpens, but until we have that battle continue here in Baltimore, we'll have to wait out the rain. So let's go back to Jamie Campbell. Jays have taken the field. Jason Grilli has completed his warm-ups in the bullpen, and now he and Mike Ullman have both jogged in from the bullpen in center field, and they will hit their 8 pitches here before we start this inning. We are in the bottom of the 10th. The Blue Jays didn't score in the top half of the 10th, so it's a 3-3 game. Grilli comes on to face Manny Machado, Chris Davis, and Mark Trumbo. Welcome to the ball game. He gets the meat of the order.
Yeah, and he's been pitching a lot better. He's been throwing the ball just a little bit better. He recorded back-to-back hitless outings of 1+ innings for the second time out. The last time that he was in the ball game, he's 1-3 with a .675 earned run average before those back-to-back innings that I just talked about. His previous 6 games, he gave up a .412 batting average. So he hasn't been able to hit his spots, but lately his fastball's been better, his breaking ball's better. The problem that he had through that rough patch was his breaking ball was very inconsistent. When you would talk to Jason, he would talk about, I haven't been able to locate my breaking ball. I was making some mistakes with it, but over his last 2, he's been very good.
Let me bring you up to speed on where the Blue Jays are as far as their extra players in their bullpen. The Blue Jays have no position players left on their bench. They have used the 3 players. Mike Ullman took over behind the plate. He was the last one to enter. Manny Machado will bat first here in the bottom of the 10th. As far as the pitching staff, J.P. Howell, Aaron Luke, Roberto Osuna, and Dominic Leone all still available for the Blue Jays.
It was interesting. We saw Roberto Osuna warming up, and it looked like he was going to come into the game, and then the rain came, so he was hot and ready to come in. He has now sat down. I think he might be finished for tonight. They got him hot, got him ready, but then had to sit around for about an hour or so with that rain delay. So he's down and Grilli's up.
You're right. The rain started right at 11, and it's just a couple of minutes before 12 now. So for a second time tonight, we've had a rain delay. This one nearly an hour. So Manny Machado will face Grilli. Machado is 0 for 3 with a walk. First pitch is a breaking ball low. Looked like it caught the bottom of the strike zone, but Gary Mills has not called that a strike. Fouled straight back. Ball and strike to Manny Machado. We are in the 10th. The Blue Jays playing their 7th extra inning game of the season. They are 2-4 in extra innings.
One of those extra inning games was against this team, wasn't it?
Opening day, 11 innings. Machado reaches for that. Chris Davis was on deck, and that ball just whistled past him up against the screen.
So he's going to move around there, move a little bit closer. Those 2 breaking balls that he has thrown to Machado were good. A lot of movement and a lot of depth on that breaking ball.
The Orioles, they have played 7 extra inning games. They are 6-1 in extra innings. The Blue Jays are 2-4.
Home runs. You know, home runs played a part in that 6-1 record.
That's going to be out of play. Chris Davis is on deck. He came in hot, and he has been cooled off to this point. He's 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Jason Grilli, the 4th reliever to pitch for the Blue Jays. Strike 3 called. Machado called out on strikes. He reacted as if he expected that to be called the ball.
He was expecting a breaking ball, and that's what he did not get. Catcher Mike Ullman said breaking ball. Jason Grilli said no, give me the fastball on the outside corner, and he paints it out there for his first strikeout. Good pitch.
Ullman took over for the starter. Luke Maile after Dwight Smith pinch hit for Maile in the 9th. So he caught the bottom of the 9th. Now he's here in the bottom of the 10th. It's Davis waved at that breaking ball. We mentioned Davis 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts.
He came into this series, this game today, 5 home runs in his last 5 ball games. He hit one in an extra inning game in Detroit. In fact, he hit 2.
He hit a home run in the 12th inning to give the Orioles the lead. And then he hit another go-ahead home run in the 13th inning after the Tigers had tied it in the bottom of the 12th. According to the Elias Sports Bureau, Davis is the only second player in the expansion era to hit 2 go-ahead home runs in extra innings, joining Matt Adams of the Cardinals. 0-2. Heat him up, and he did. Came with the fastball, and he has struck out 4 times. And the next batter will be Mark Trumbo. And the Blue Jays saw him in extra innings way back on opening day, April 3rd in the 11th inning.
So did Jason Grilli. Tries to snap off a breaking ball, and that one was just looping towards home plate. Very soft breaking ball. Jason ends up with the loss. A lot different breaking ball now from Jason Grilli. It's got a hard snapping and it moves a lot. That one just rolled over the plate.
2 fastballs for both strikeouts here. He struck out Machado on a fastball, got Davis on a fastball. Trumbo goes after the first pitch. You know, it's very curious that both of those hitters, big power hitters, took fastballs for strike 3. There has been speculation that Grilli has been tipping his pitches over the years. Maybe the Orioles thought they had his pitches and they both got caught flat-footed.
They didn't have him there. Either they were sitting on a breaking ball.
Trumbo hits it out to right. Bautista's not going to get there. Trumbo has his 3rd hit of the night, a 2-out single. All 3 hits, singles to the outfield.
You know, this is the combination for the Orioles that got them to where we are right now. Blue Jays had a 2-run lead before Trumbo came up. He singled off of Aaron Sanchez to open the 6th inning, and then the next batter, Wellington Castillo, homered. That's the last time that a runner has touched the plate. That tied it at 3-3. Now with 2 outs, Trumbo's going to single and bring up Castillo once again.
Really, with 2 outs, he struck out Machado, struck out Davis. Here is Castillo. Good breaking ball. That one's a late breaker and nasty. Castillo has faced Grilli 7 times. He's 1 for 7. Both of them spending a lot of time in the National League.
There's another fastball that they take.
And you know what? Jason, I think, has recognized that instead of trying to reach for a little extra velocity, he's making a real good quality pitch with his fastball now. Ball on the strike.
Waves at that breaking ball. You see the difference of the 2 breaking balls? The one we showed you on the walk-off home run, and then that one that he swings through. Starts in the middle of the plate and just sweeps off of the plate. No chance for Castillo to catch up to that one.
1-2. Swinging a drive deep to left, and that's going to do it. Wellington Castillo, a walk-off home run, his 2nd home run of the night. A disappointing end for the Blue Jays.
1-2. He slipped a couple of fastballs by Machado, Chris Davis to get the strikeouts, and then tried to slip a fastball by Wellington Castillo. And Wellington was on that.